6 what?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon, good evening, rather. Let me begin. I have to read a few things before we get deep into it. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 50% capacity of the Professional Development Center meeting room space. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members will be required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. The Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for October 7th, 2021 at 5:00 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action item is taken by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the highlighted public comments about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments will be available for public review. And now we move forward to call the order. Invocation by school board member Connie Bernard, and pledge allegiance by school board member Michael Goday.
Please rise. Would everyone join me in reciting the Lord's Prayer? Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. To temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the power and glory, forever and ever. Amen.
amen.
Please repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tatman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. Item C1, receive as information updates from the superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. What a great week we've had in school this week as our young people are continuing to do some great things in our schools. Just wanted to highlight just a few things. One was just wanted to acknowledge all of our principals and counselors last night. We had on, I'm sorry, not last night, on Monday night, we had our FAFSA night, which was the first time in our city. And it was very exciting I went to Tara. There were some other schools that really did great. That had over 200 to 300 families that were there, where we helped children to kind of fill out that FAFSA form to get things ready to go to college. We're just excited about the progress our students are making across the city, and also speaks a lot to the work where we are providing more support to families. Just wanted to acknowledge all those school leaders and counselors who've done that great work. And also this week is Educator Appreciation Week. I wanted to kind of recognize all of our educators who are doing such great work in our school system. So I wanted to recognize that. A couple more things we had as a reminder that we will begin hosting our facility plan town halls next week. As you know, the town halls will provide the public an opportunity to hear about the current state of facilities across the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and to share additional thoughts on the vision for East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools facility plans. The town halls will be held at Liberty Magnet High School on October 13th in their cafeteria, Northeast High School on October 19th in the cafeteria, Bel Air High School on October 27th in their theater, Scotlandville Magnet High School on November 3rd in the library, Tara High School on November 10th in the library, and Woodlawn High School on November 16th at the library. As many of you know, we've been working on a facilities plan. The board wanted to ensure that we did a facilities review and then go out to our communities to hear some feedback from our community and then come back to make some decisions as we finalize our facilities master plan. So we will be able to engage with the community accordingly to get their feedback because we value the voice of our community. We're pleased also and excited once again to be the recipient of 2 National Blue Ribbon Ribbon School honors. Congratulations to Baton Rouge Magnet High School and Westdale Heights Academic Magnet School on being recognized for this exciting award. Let's give them a hand. Such a great thing when you have schools that are being recognized. Although we have many schools in our system doing great work, they were recognized nationally, and we wanted to acknowledge them accordingly. The magnet application period is officially underway. We are proud to share that we have also extended the magnet application period to reflect a rolling deadline. The priority application period opened on October 4th and will remain open until December 3rd. After the priority window has closed, we'll begin to accept applications and place students at their school of choice if there is space available. One of the work that we have done around magnet is to allow this rolling admissions approach. So all year round, students or families that want to get into our schools have an opportunity to do that. And we're excited to begin to make that shift within the school district and provide families with many more options in our work. I do have other news. Unfortunately, this month we lost 3 amazing educators from our school system that I just wanted to provide a moment of silence. As you know, we have many school educators that have done great work in our system. And as I shared with their folks, I did want to just recognize them in our system. One of them has been Coach Edmund Donald. He was an art teacher and track and field coach at Scotlandville High School who committed a lot to our school system. Also, we have Christopher Sanford, who was a music teacher at University Terrace Elementary School, and Terry Perry Kopenix, who was a librarian at Bernard Terrace Elementary School. I would just like to take a moment of silence to remember them and their lasting impact on our students and the commitment to our children. All right, thank you so much for doing that. So as I shared before, we are proud to honor our educators each and every day, and we'll be partnering with LSU to honor one deserving teacher on November 20th at the LSU versus ULM game. We're asking our school community to nominate an amazing EBR educator for that honor. You can find the details and the nomination form on our website at ebrschools.org. If there's any educator in EBR that you want to recognize, please go onto our website, nominate them, and then we will be able to choose them. And our gift to them will be an LSU game, and ULM, which LSU should win, by the way. All right. No pun intended on that. All right. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I'm excited to share with you all the district strategic plan scorecard. In our efforts to continue the two-way communication with our community and to be as transparent as possible with you all, we've launched a digital scorecard where you can track our progress towards our strategic plan key performance indicators. And I'm going to invite Chief Technology Officer Amy Jones and the Chief of Accountability and Assessment and Evaluation, Andrew Okoski, to demonstrate and share a little bit more about this exciting thing, exciting scorecard, which will make us one of the leading districts in the state to be able to move forward on providing families connections on student progress based on our strategic plan. Ladies.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks to you all and Dr. Narcisse for giving Ms. Jones and I this exciting opportunity to share this new and collaborative project with you. If we could go to the slide deck. So what we want to start off tonight is by answering the question, well, what is this scorecard and how will the district's KPIs be recorded? As you guys know, there are 25 key performance indicators built into our district strategic plan. They're going to henceforth be communicated to stakeholders by a district scorecard. Due to the nature of some of this data, we're going to roll it out at certain intervals. Some of the data lends itself to monthly reporting and will be updated online monthly. Other data sets lend themselves to quarterly, twice-a-year reporting, or annual reporting at the end of the school year. We've had a collaborative committee comprised of both of our departments to go through them. By the end of this semester, either next month at this meeting or definitely by December, you will see a data calendar of how these KPIs will be rolled out and at what frequency they will be updated. We're still working on some of our newer platforms to get them to talk at this point that we'll share with you later. And so starting tonight, I think about 5 minutes ago, what you're about ready to see went live. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jones to share the innovative work that her team has built. And then we'll come back and talk about the data points.
Thank you, Ms. Okonski, and good evening, everyone. So if you'll, we'll hit the demo link, and as Ms. Okonski alluded to about 5 minutes ago, we went live on our district website with our scorecard, and so you'll see a great banner on the website that leads everyone in a public and transparent way to measure and see the KPIs that we are pulling up on our district scorecard. So we are focusing on the ones that have data at this point, and they will be highlighted in bold. And on any row, you can click on the data set, and it will tell you more details below, when that data was gathered. And if you notice below, you can go by school when the school is applicable, when the data set comes in like that. You can collapse it back up by clicking on it, and then you can move to the next cornerstone. And as these populate with the data calendar, you'll see that we'll come in more and more in the bold black and have data ready for review. At the very bottom, we have a feedback button, which will play into our customer service cornerstone, where we're gathering data on how we're doing in the district to get customer satisfaction out from everyone. So if you feel free to fill those 3 questions out and let us know how we're doing. Now, Ms. Okonski will go back over each of those data points.
As Ms. Jones mentioned, part of our commitment in our strategic plan is not only giving access to the data, but communicating it in a straightforward, transparent manner that's easy for stakeholders and parents to understand. Sometimes as educators, myself the most guilty, when we're up here, we use our acronyms and our terminology. So really, we're making an intentional effort to have a common language and to ease that communication so that parents can get comfortable with data not only at the district level, but connect to individual data points and targets about their child's school. So what we did was we launched at least one data set tonight in each of the 4 cornerstones. Our commitment, you'll see at the end, is to come back and in cycles until we populate all 25 KPIs. And so we're going to start by digging into Cornerstone 1 tonight and looking at key objective 1.1. And this is to increase the number of available and enrolled pre-K seats by 3 to 5 percentage points each year. It's important for folks to understand how this is calculated or measured and where the data lies. And so we want to assure our community out there that twice a year these reports land in the Louisiana Department of Education's data library in October and February. But monthly, weekly, we have the ability to run them internally. And so our commitment moving forward is going to be to post monthly the internal report from our student information system. And that report is what feeds into state reporting. So if we go to the actual data, you'll see up there the tag from the scorecard. And then we wanted to be honest and transparent to show our historical trends in this area. Right now, as of our internal non-official October 1 number, we had 1,981 students enrolled in pre-K programs across the district. That's the sum total of all programs. If you look at the historical comparison, you'll see that this is an increase from the previous year, and you'll see that it is an uptick back to students that we lost in prior years. We know that last year there was a decline due to COVID, and we know that the year before had dipped, but we're seeing an uptick and an upward swing back towards those higher numbers that we saw a couple of years ago. And so we wanted the community to see this trend and to understand the context of this October 1 reporting number. We also want to share that this is a fluid number. Any student can enroll at any time into our school system. And so as we come back and update this monthly, we expect to see it continue to grow. Keeping in the student achievement cornerstone, we're looking at objective 1.6. This one targets in-school and out-of-school suspensions. And we want to be clear on how this is calculated. This is the sum total of suspensions, both in-school and out-school, students in traditional schools, alternative schools, across the district and LEA. And it is a percentage. So if we go to the next slide, you can see the historical trends there. You can see the district has ranged over the last 4 to 5 years between 20 and 35%, depending on the year. Last year, we saw it at 14.37. Remember, we were virtual for the first 9 weeks of the school year. We had some hybrid learning, and so that 2020 does mark that COVID year. We did establish a multi-year baseline this summer. Looking at our current October reporting data, we're currently at 3% in the 8th week of school. This will be one that will be updated monthly. And as Ms. Jones showed you with that tag, the little 3 lines next to that 3% means that a parent or a community member can go online, pull that drop-down box, and look at any school that they're interested in looking at. It'll have the most recently updated date, and our target is to update this at the end of each month moving forward. Going to Cornerstone 2 and Objective 2.4. Objective 2.4 targets student enrollment across the entire LEA. How is this calculated? The sum total of students, inclusive of pre-K, in our district schools. This does include district-authorized charter schools in this enrollment. As you guys know, October is a significant month for state reporting. The number that you see on here is our unofficial calculation that was pulled out of our student information system on October 1. We're still doing cleanups with the state. We will update the official number when the state releases it, and then moving forward, we will update it monthly through this scorecard. It again has a drop-down where any parent or community member can check on any school of interest. If you look at the graph below, it'll show you our most recent trends over the last 4 to 5 years in district enrollment. You'll see that unofficially in our internal system, last Friday on October the 1st, we had 41,341 students enrolled across the LEA. This is an uptick over the last year, and it puts us about 300 students behind where we were in 2019. Again, this is a fluid number. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen it continue to grow. And so we will commit to putting the number out there at the end of each month so that parents can monitor it. Moving to Cornerstone 3, Operational Excellence, Objective 3.5 targets the number of students who miss 10 or more days. Granted, this is the 8th week of school, and so, but this is a target that we must monitor constantly to make sure we maximize student achievement. The reports here are internal. Our student information system has a piece where we can run a report daily. We can run it on any set number of absences. The first month of school as a team, we ran it, actually the first 6 weeks of school as a team, we ran it daily, and we targeted by school the number of students with 5 or more absences and the number of students with 10 or more absences. So as a team, we could monitor our enrollment. Moving forward, we will report this every month. And the data is going to be internal. This will be when a teacher takes attendance, the school records attendance in our student information system. Our SIS team will clean it up each monthly and give us a report to publish. So if you look at the next slide, you'll see our trends here. Right now, we are at 8% regarding students who have missed 10 or more days. I have to do this disclaimer. We are going through state cleanup. Some of these may be students who are not currently enrolled in our system and may be dropped as the October 1. So as we put this number and this data out there each month, you're going to see it become more consistent and more firm as soon as state reporting is over. But if you look across the other years, you can see that as a school system, we have ranged in between about 24, 25%, and then most recently 30% in the year 2020. But this is a target that we are focusing on this year. Last but not least is the Employee Development Cornerstone, Cornerstone 4. In Objective 4.1, we are sharing tonight the data that relates to the retention of high-performing EBR employees. How was this calculated? Each year, teachers go through the Compass evaluation system where they are rated on a scale of 4 ratings. And so this measure totals those students who have been highly effective and effective proficient. It divides it by the total number of employees to get the percentage for you. This data is submitted annually to the Louisiana Department of Education in a historical report that has been known as the PEP report, the Profile of Educational Personnel. The state has now changed their process, and it's called EdLink. I'm learning the new technology terms with the technology team. We called it PEP here because the historical reports were pulled from PEP. You're going to see us change our terminology as we roll out subsequent data sets using the new system. But what you're looking at on this slide, on the next slide, is the historical data. You can see we have averaged about 90% over the last couple of years. As you recall, evaluations were waived in the spring of 2020 due to COVID, so we do not have any data a full data set that was captured there, so that year is skipped. And the most current report to the Louisiana Department of Education for last school year, which was cleaned up this summer, cited it at 88.9% of employees who were retained and rated either effective, proficient, or highly effective. So tonight, our goal was to give you a glimpse of at least one KPI in each of the 4 cornerstones. But we're not stopping there, and we've already started working on the next batch. So here are our next steps. Our interdepartment team is going to continue to collaborate, and we started with 5 that we felt comfortable between our 2 teams we could manipulate and get the data flowing. We're adding to our team next week and bringing in other departments because we've already identified at least 5 more to go live in the month of November. We're going to continue that trend. The 5 that will go live in November are those that wrap up things that can be reported monthly, and then those things that can be monitored quarterly because the end of the first 9 weeks is October the 15th, next Friday. So by November, we'll have that quarterly data. Then we'll come back to you about midterm and roll out the ones that are equivalent to the semester break data, and then come back in the spring to update the quarterly ones again, and then foreshadow what's to come for those pieces that are once a year that we can capture. And so our goal is over the next 6 months to populate all 25 of them. And so we're going to give you a scheduled data calendar in November. As I said, we're still massaging these out. We've got a draft going, and when Amy and I commit to something, we commit to it. So before we share it publicly, we just want to make sure we can get all these systems to talk to get the timing and cadence right. And then one other piece that we want to share with you, as you may recall, in Strategy 1, there's a work group, there's a strategy group that we are leading that has standard measures across all district schools. So what we did was we took these 25 KPIs and we said, what do schools need to do to get us there? And so we are drafting a school report card or scorecard for each school that will be published at 3 times during the year. Right now, we're targeting November 15th, March 15th, and June 15th. November 15th will cover first quarter data. The March 15th will cover midterm and third quarter data. And then in June 15th, it'll cover the end of the year data. So there'll be a scorecard for each school. Some of those measures are aligned directly to these. Others are leading or lagging indicators that contribute to these to get schools to where we need to be so that as a system, we can reach our goals for our outward-facing KPIs. And so that's where we're going to conclude tonight and be happy to take any questions. But we hope that you share our excitement in this new one-of-a-kind tool that has been developed for our district, and we look forward to continuing to improve it with you and continuing to share information with you.
Board Member Dyson.
Yes, thank you so much for giving us this information. I think it's so valuable, and I very much appreciate your work on this. I am very pleased to see this level of transparency coming from our system, this intentional look at, an ongoing look at where we are compared to where we want to be. We'll be able to see our successes and our challenges, and so will the public, and I really appreciate this work. One of the things that I noticed was that, and I've always had a little bit of a pet peeve about the language and what we're really trying to do in the area of suspension rates. I know that we want our suspension rates down, but not at the expense of arbitrarily reducing the suspension rate, and I'm more interested in reducing the negative behavior or the negative behaviors that created the need for the suspension. So you can top down try to control your principals by saying you're suspending too many kids or whatever, but it's actually deeper. It's that the change in behavior that precipitated the need for the suspension and not an over tolerance for bad behavior. So I want to make sure that everyone understands that we're trying to protect the educational environment in individual classrooms and in entire schools. So I need to always say that, and hope that that is really taken seriously. Because rates could get worse before they get better. Because when we show that we really mean this and we're serious about improving our cultures in our schools, in our classrooms, then, and maybe only then, will they reduce the negative behavior. And I know we're doing a lot of positive reinforcements and that kind of thing, but we have to maintain that integrity of the classroom environment. I'm wondering how exactly we're gathering the customer service data.
So we're working on a couple of things with that, and that's why that one's not being rolled out this month, but we are targeting one of those for next month. We have access to our Cognia surveys that are through an international accrediting organization that are research-based surveys. And so Cognia actually just released 2 new ones for community engagement and parent engagement. We met with the regional director, Ms. Dupre, and accountability and staff, and I met with the regional director last week, where they're enrolling some new tools, and they're sharing some resources with us. Over the next month, we're going to be working with Ms. Stubbs and that team to look at those surveys, as well as some other practices that her team has put into place for community engagement with the parental liaisons and different staff that is in place at schools. They have put some practices in place, and so we have a member of her team that is a member of our committee, and so that's one that we're still massaging out, and we're targeting to bring one of those to you in November.
So principals have the list of both their teachers, and I'm hoping we including our teachers and maybe in a separate way, but the the support that they feel they're receiving as well, and their challenges, and then the parental and community are necessarily not necessarily the same, because there's community,
Sure.
which is affected by a lot of things when a school is in their area, and carpools lines and all kinds of things. So I want to help I want to make sure that we're reaching out as broad as we can in multiple ways to reach not just our current users of the system, but especially parents and teachers that are in our system that, you know, want to be able to share their come from without the fear of any, you know, problem with that. So if they can be, you know, done in a way that is assuring them that they really can say what they think, and we can't improve unless we know the truth or your viewpoint of the truth, and then we can hone in and see, is your viewpoint correct, or have we already done things to fix that, or is it not fixed yet, although we thought it was, or, you know, all of those things. So on the website, I'm hoping that these are going to be front and center. I know that I went onto the website to try to find some information the other day, and I ended up, I mean, it logically carried me to the next thing because I thought that's where I would find that, but then I didn't find that. And so it was like I had to end up just doing a search, putting very specifically what I was looking for, and somehow I landed it, but I wouldn't know how to exactly tell you how I got there.
Right, well,
you know.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we are in the process of revamping our website to a new feel, a new fresh look, and in conjunction with communication teams, we feel that, we hear that, and we know that. So we
Good.
are absolutely targeting the
Right.
best method to lay out the data and structure to best represent the district and where it naturally should lie, but then
Yeah.
also be able to be just intuitively, where is the data?
Easy to,
Absolutely.
yes,
So
easy.
we are excited to get that data
Wonderful.
out to you.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that, because it really was this week that I was having challenges myself. So thank you. And on these rollout dates, when the information is going to be updated, if we can make sure that April has what she needs to send us calendar invites to alert us that those are the days that we need to go on
Absolutely.
to the website and take a look.
We will have the data calendar transparently open wide on the website, so everyone will know that, and then we can
Yes.
also alert.
It'll be great if we can get some reminders, so we do
Absolutely.
take the time to go and
We want you to share it
and
wide.
look it
Absolutely.
over and see where we are and stay on top of it.
Yep.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to also echo, not only to you two, but I'm sure the team behind you doing all the real work on that. Thank you very much for coming up with this. And, you know, part of the reason for data is to illustrate things to us. And I admit sometimes I'm a little slow to understand the pictures, but on the students suspended, like if I look at 2019 and it says 34.59%, what exactly, does that mean that 34.59% of our students at some point in the year were
Yes.
suspended?
Yes, it's the percentage of students who recorded a suspension, either in school or out of school.
And, you know,
One student and not one student multiple times.
Correct.
yes, just one student. I mean, if they were suspended 5 times, it only counts once. That is an astounding number to me. And, you know, if anyone has any reasons why to question us spending money with Castle and other folks on the SEL, you know, that's impressive. That's all I can say. The other number I had was the 10 or more absentees, which was about the same thing in 2019. I'm just using that because that's pre-COVID. Over 36.6%. Again, do days on suspension count as absence?
Suspension does not. This is recorded as an absence with the absent code of either an excused or unexcused absence.
So that does not include
That does
suspensions?
not include in-school or out-of-school suspensions at one of the discipline
And
centers.
I guess I'm making the assumption that many of the students are the same, because if they're suspended, I think typically they're also absent.
Yes.
And, you know, it just is astounding to me. I didn't have any idea these numbers were that high. And, you know, if we're going to really improve the academic performance for these students, because it's their performance and it's for them and it's for their future, if we're going to really try to help them improve their future in the world, you know, I just can't, it just highlights to me how important the SEL kinds of things are. Because I agree with Ms. Dyson, we're not going to give up discipline in the schools at all. We can't afford to lose control of the classrooms, and no one's suggesting that. But to me, these kind of data highlights to me the importance of the social and emotional learning and the restorative justice practices, because we can't just keep suspending kids and they're going to, if you suspend them, then they end up cutting class and doing all these sorts of things. We have to help them learn how to cope, and we have to help them learn how to be educated, or they're going to not have a future. And we can see what that does to graduation rates, but more importantly, we can see what it does to their own personal futures. That doesn't come, they're not reaching the potential that they can. And that's just a sad thing. I'm glad we have these numbers. I find them rather sobering in many respects, but you know, if we don't face up to what are the issues, we never can address them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Ms. Bernard?
Ms. Okonski, I really like, and Ms. Jones, I really like the dashboard. I have a question about something I saw in there. It looks like the student enrollment is up to 41,000 now, above 41,000, and I
Yes.
know that you're going to be adjusting those numbers as we get more accurate numbers later on, but the trend is an
Yes.
increase in enrollment. So we know that some of our students in the past and currently are leaving us and going to some of the charters, but where are these students coming from?
So you have added 4 new charters that have come online this year. And so you saw with the addition of those charters, students from outside of our LEA come in. So we did trade some, or we can track, we have a feeder report, so we can track it. And so we saw that some of them moved from district schools or other district authorized charters into those charter schools, but we also saw that some came from outside of the LEA. We also saw, and I'm hesitant to put this number out there because it's about a week old at this point, is the last time we ran it, but for your the virtual school is at about 200 that were from outside the LEA, the last time we looked at it. It may not be that today, but about a week ago, it was near 200 outside of the LEA. So I think a combination of new opened charter schools and some of your charter schools still growing a grade, as well as the virtual school expansion accounts for some of that increase.
So the 41,000 includes the type 1 charters?
It does.
Oh, I see, okay. Interesting. I would like to see what the trend is here. Are we attracting students back to our schools? All types of schools, which types of schools, which ones look like they're interesting to people, or just to the type 1 charters? Or
Sure. There's a report that's coming to
where are the
you.
students that are coming from outside the district, where are they going?
There's
So
a
I'm
report,
interested in
there's a
knowing.
report that's coming to you that's going
Okay.
to break down a change per school where you
Okay.
can see, but we can also highlight some of those feeder reports for you next week when we send those enrollment updates.
Thank you. I know that there is, someone said something to me this week about one of the magnets that that school, that particular school, and it may be other schools too, it's somewhat new, that it is attracting students from outside the district to it. I thought that was an interesting statement, but I want people to back these things up with information. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Board Member Dyson. Seeing no other requests to speak from the board, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Oh, you still on, I'm sorry.
One more thing, Vice President Collins. So I just wanted to, again, on Tuesday, October 5th was Internationals Teacher Day. In recognition of this, I'd like to thank all of the EBR school educators for their commitment to our students and their investment in our school district. Without their talents, we could not do this work. And I just wanted to pause and just give them all a hand for the great work they've been doing. Madam Vice President, that is my report.
Thank you, and I do want to say thank you for the KPI reporting dashboard. That does help keep us informed, so we don't have to ask so many questions sometimes. Thank you. And so now moving forward with item C2, quarterly report from Fair Share.
Thank you, Vice President Collins and Superintendent Dr. Narcisse and board members for allowing me this opportunity to come and give you a quarterly update on the Fair Share program. Let's see, we'll see if it queued up. Okay. Just kind of an oversight, an overview again of the Fair Share program is a comprehensive approach to engaging women and minority-owned business enterprises in the procurement and design and construction projects of the East Baton Rouge Public School System. But the program strives to accomplish this by focusing on the reduction of barriers. And as a process of doing this, what we want to do is to make sure that we can connect companies to opportunities, not just tell them about opportunities, focusing on their strengths rather than on things they should work to improve themselves on. The three major partners in this are Aramark, EBR Procurement Department, and CSRS Tillage. As we all know, a lot of the projects that happen within the East Baton Rouge Parish Public School System come under the oversight of one of these three. But another thing that's important is, how do we make these things happen? We've talked a lot about what is the process for awarding contracts. So what we've done is kind of outline what that looks like. The first thing is the identification of projects by the stakeholders, such as the facilities group or Aramark or CSRS Tillage or the procurement department. The next thing is timely communication of opportunities to bid on these projects. Many companies say they did not know about things early enough such that they could participate in them. Then we want to encourage attendance in what we call the pre-bid meetings. This is where the projects are clearly articulated, the scope of work is done, the timelines are done such that it helps everybody understand it. Then encourage them to submit bids. Again, what our structure now says is if they submitted a bid, did they participate in the review of, we participate in the review of the submission of bids. Did the Fair Share company actually complete the bid? If they did, we say that's great. But let's say they did not submit a bid. We'd like to know why they did not submit a bid. Did they feel there was some barrier there that kept them from submitting a bid? Were they not comfortable with estimating? Just what were some of the things? And once we get that information, then we want to work with them to encourage them to submit bids in the next time. What's some of the results of this approach? I've highlighted a couple of things. One is under Aramark. And what I've done is say a project description, then talk about how many companies were invited to participate. Then we have a breakdown of how many Fair Share companies were a part of the group that was invited, how many actually participated in the pre-bid, and then what was the award percent. An example, on the concrete repair project, there were 12 projects that were bundled together, and of those, we came out with 62% participation by women and minority-owned businesses. Another example is the summer phase 2 and the painting projects. There were 9 facilities that were included in this set of projects. Again, companies invited to bid were 8. Of those 8, 4 were Fair Share companies. And of those 4, all 4 submitted bids. And actually, on this particular case, we had 100% of the projects that actually went to Fair Share companies. Not to one company, but the projects were distributed among the Fair Share companies. And remember, this is a low bid process. It is not you come and you're given a project. They actually have to bid, and they were the lowest bidders. The next one is something that just happened. I think not too long ago, somebody asked what happened during the hurricane. During this particular time, there were several projects, 26 to be exact, that needed to be done. In those, there were 6 companies that were invited to bid on those. Two of those were Fair Share, and you can see the trend. But the key thing is what was the results, and the results were 37% participation. Let's look at what is happening on the CSRS Tillage side. 3 projects which I've highlighted here. The La Belle Aire, Belfair Elementary, and Crestworth Middle School renovation. On the first 2, we had about 6%, 6 to 7% participation on those. But something that's interesting here, that the design company was also a fair share company. That was Chasm Architecture. They were actually doing the design work on this one. Then we look at the Crestworth Middle School renovations. Here we had 12%. So again, this process works. One of the things that has happened doing this is with COVID, we can't do the in-person pre-bids as we once were, so our numbers might be a little bit lower. Where are we looking at to expand opportunities for companies in the Fair Share program? We spend a little time researching where they may be, and we spent some time talking to Star Enterprises, and we began to talk with the EBR Child and Nutritional Program. Both of these we feel may be fertile fields for companies to be able to participate in, and that's where we're going to be focusing our effort over the next couple of months. Questions? Comments?
Board Member Gode.
Yes, Mr. Smith, thank you very much for the report. A question for me is, what is the process for a company to become designated a fair share? What steps do they need to take to become a fair share partner?
That's a very good question. And what we do is we mirror some of the process from the DOTD application. We have a certification process. The first thing, they will express an interest. The next thing we do is we ask them to do a company profile. And that company profile says, tell us a little bit about your company. What are your strengths, your last 3 commercial projects? The last thing we want to do is have companies become part of a database where there are no opportunities. Once they've done that, then we decide which form we'd like for them to fill out. There's a short form. If they're DOTD certified, they don't have to provide things like the 3 years financials or some other things like that. If they're not, we ask for that information, because the things that actually determine if a company is disadvantaged, if it's a small company, and if it's minority owned, is it 51% or more owned by a woman or minority owned person? Is the net worth of the company under a certain threshold amount? Actually, do they have the licenses? So we ask that information, and that's the process for them becoming a part of the Fair Share program, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure they can be successful in participating in the process. Right.
And is there reluctance on some people's part to be designated fair share because they'd have to show financials and things like that? I mean, how does that play out?
Interestingly enough, there are some companies that do not want to reveal that information. But our position is this. If someone says, how do you absolutely know that company is this? We want to be able to produce a documentation. So we ask them to do that. The other thing some companies push back on is being designated as a disadvantage, because sometimes they don't feel that that's important. So we choose not to stress that part of it. We just need to know that you are who you are, you have the capability to do the work, and we do that by this process of certifying them.
Okay. So when we look at fair share numbers, I'm just trying to understand in my mind, when we look at fair share numbers, that does not necessarily represent the total minority and woman-owned businesses participation. It represents those who have chosen to become certified as a fair share.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement? No pun intended.
That statement is 99% accurate. Because let's look at one of our major structures. We built a new school. There may be a minority company that participated in that process, and we do capture that data, but they're not in our database. They're a company that a company already had a relationship with, and they use them. So they're not in our database, but we do capture that information because they have to fill out a form that talks about women and minority-owned participation in that and lists who they are. What we will then do is go out and talk to them about, let's put you in our database, because there may be other companies that are doing similar work within EBR that may not be familiar with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Thank you again for the presentation. I just have a quick question. I know we talked about this before, where you guys held like information sessions where people who are not fair share companies can come and get more information about becoming a part of the Fair Share program. Do you guys still do those seminars? I know in the age of COVID, like things may need to be virtual, but do you guys still do those seminars?
We actually have not done one, but we've been partnering with other persons. That's a very good opportunity to talk about something that happened today. We participated in a community event that was held by the airport. So we were one of the panelists that talked, and we could talk about the Fair Share program so they could hear the things that we have to offer. So we leverage things like that to be able to get the word out to the community that the program does exist, that EBR has opportunities, and that we are very, very much interested in helping women and minority-owned businesses take advantage of the opportunities that we have. So far, we've been partnering with other entities to be at the table with them to share the word versus hosting them ourselves.
Gotcha. I would encourage us to, if we could think about what does it look like to host our own. I've still been getting a lot of complaints recently, actually, just from companies who are interested in doing business with the district and don't necessarily see those
Yes.
opportunities. So I know that sometimes when you're partnering with organizations, like your information gets lost within the larger partner. So I would think for us to think about considering like going back to hosting our own, even if it's once a year, quarterly, or whatever it could be, just so that people are aware of the opportunities that exist within our district. So thank you.
And we'll be more than happy to do that, and actually we'll put that on our calendar of things to do within the next 8 months.
Appreciate you.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Just for clarity, you're talking about workshops that we used to do? Is that the
Yes,
same
and
thing?
what we did was we didn't necessarily call them workshops, but we call them opportunities to build relationships. Because we would have both small companies and larger companies there, and a part of what we would do was we'd explain the process. We would also explain what we call this turnkey ready mechanism, because if a company doesn't have the bonding, lines of credit, and some other things, we want to help them understand the fact that you want to have these things such that when the opportunity comes, you stick the key in the door, you open the door, and you go through it. So they are workshops, but they're informational sessions, and they are relationship building sessions. So we don't really call them workshops as much as opportunities to build relationships and understand what it takes to actually be able to do business with one of the major companies, or even the small. When we put out bids, you still have to have everything that you need to take advantage of the opportunity and not say, let me go get this and let me go get that. So it's more of it's a soft relationship building rather than a workshop. Companies get tired of workshops.
Right.
But we also tell them, and most of the time we would put those right before something would happen. We're getting ready to build a school. We have several projects that are coming out. So it's like a pending event. They actually can see that what I'm learning today, the information I'm gathering, I should be able to use very soon.
And about how many times a year do we do that kind of outreach?
Pre-COVID, we were doing those about twice a year.
Twice a year?
Right. We would also do that for the design side to help the design companies be able to build the relationships with each other, because what we learned early on was many companies were design consultants, not architectural firms. So therefore, they were missing out on some opportunities because they were really the consultants, and when they found out about something, it was kind of too late. So it's more relationship building than it is workshops.
So since COVID, on the average, maybe just once?
Since COVID, we have not done one because nobody wanted to be in a room with a whole bunch of other people.
Right.
But what we will do is we will look at doing one virtually.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be good. All right, thank you.
And then, I'm sorry, Board Member Dyson.
Thank you for sharing all of this.
Yes.
I know that these efforts are helping to bring our community up. And so I appreciate your work in this. And I do believe it is those relationship building skills that you have.
Correct. Correct.
Because people just, get kind of meetinged out. And,
Yes.
they just can't stop what they're trying to get done to go somewhere and attend a meeting. But I think those taps along the way and nudges,
Yes.
are helpful support. And then something totally off the subject, I just wanted to go back and request the data sharing that we just did in the item before this. I would appreciate it if it could come back to the regular board meeting, the scorecard. So, sorry, I meant to say that in the item before this. Thank you very much.
And to your point, the Fair Share program is not about telling companies about opportunities. It's about connecting them to the opportunities, and there's a big difference in the two.
Thank you so much for the report. Can we also get a breakdown of the subgroups?
When you say subgroups, I'm trying to
So we say
understand.
minority women, veteran, I forget the acronym.
Yes, so
Uh-huh.
the Fair Share program has not necessarily focused on veteran programs.
Okay,
So we primarily look at the women and minority-owned businesses.
so can we get information on subgroups, how many women own, how many?
Yes,
Right
we
on.
we can provide you with that information.
Appreciate that. And that is all. Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak from the board. Moving forward with item, thank you, C3, quarterly report from Airmark.
Good evening, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, Dr. Narcisse, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to come here to give you a report on our last 3 months of things that we've done in the district. I have Don Savoy here. He's going to talk about energy, and I have Mr. Jonathan Calhoun here. He's going to talk about operations.
Okay, I'm going to cover, well, I'm Don Savoy, first of all. I'm the director of the Energy Management Program. And what I'm going to do this evening is provide some updates on the Energy Management Program, specifically 3 areas of the program and what's been going on this last quarter. Under national recognition on the left, we were recently informed that Broadmoor Elementary School received the Energy Star certification as an Energy Star school for 2021. This is the second year in a row that Broadmoor Elementary has been certified. Down at the bottom, you know, how does this compare? How do we compare against other districts in the state? Well, our district is leading the state with about 43% of all the Energy Star certifications in the state are right here in our parish. In the middle, under managing energy use, how do we accomplish that? We do that in a couple of ways. The first is optimizing the energy consuming systems in the schools. And secondly is recovering utility bill refunds and credits from the utility companies for things like mistakes in the bills, incorrect readings, overbilling, things of that nature. And both of those combined has comprised a little over $1.3 million, and that's through June. So that's for the whole fiscal year, this past fiscal year. To put those results in a little bit of perspective, in something that we can relate to, that roughly equates to your 27 first-year teaching positions or fueling 336 school buses for an entire school year. On the right-hand side, under COVID mitigation, as part of the district's overall COVID mitigation strategy, one of the first things that was done that the district did was improvements to indoor air quality. And one of the ways we were able to do that is improving HVAC filtration. And it's following the CDC guideline. We've upgraded the filtration to MERV 13, which is a filter that traps more particles in the air. We did a first phase over the summer that's 100% complete, and now we just started with a phase 2, which basically replaces those filters that were installed over the summer. So we're currently replacing those with fresh filters. So we're up to about 18% completion as of the end of last week. And along the way, we received a little bit of of recognition from the National Air Filter Association. And we only had time to submit one school, so we chose a school that was a good representation of all the schools in the district as far as upgrading the filtration. And so it received the National Air Filter Association Clean Air Award, and that was Estruma High School. So it's a good acknowledgement of the work that's been done in the school district to improve indoor air quality. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jonathan now. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Please excuse me, I'm not quite as tall as the other two gentlemen. All right, so I'm Jonathan Calhoun, Facilities General Manager here with Aramark. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how we're responding to work requested, specifically with regards to corrective work orders. There's a couple of different graphs on here that I'm going to walk you through. Firstly, Aramark measures response time for a corrective work order based on a 30-day life cycle from the date that the work order is submitted or requested until the date that it is completed. So the first graph here just shows you our average days open, or the life cycle of the work order over the life of the current contract started in 2018. And you can see generally there speaking, we've stayed pretty well underneath that 30-day mark, coming in just at around 20 days on average for the first 3 years. 2021 saw a pretty good improvement in that, which I guess you can understand given that there was a lot of days where schools were empty. We were able to really get in there and do a lot of work and get a lot of things done. So we're looking at about 13.73 between the 2 years. And over the course of this year, we're starting to see that number about hold steady so far. So we're doing a pretty good job there. The graph that's to the top right talks about the monthly average so far for this year in 2021. And again, we're coming in somewhere around 16 days, in terms of the life cycle for the work orders. Right below that is going to show you just the rolling average in terms of month to month. And so what to gain from that particular one is just to know that the majority of the work that's being sent in is getting completed within the month that it's requested. And again, that's in regards to our corrective work orders, so your general maintenance. So our team is doing a fantastic job really in regards to that. Next slide, please. So this one is related to the previous, except we're going to talk a little bit about emergency work requests. So emergency work requested is going to generally be anything that is life safety related. So you're talking power outage, major plumbing issue, any kind of flooding or major electrical problem, HVAC, things of that sort. In terms of how we measure the response for those, our technician response time target is within 2 hours that the request has been submitted. Beyond that, we want to have about 85% of those work requests closed within 5 days. As to date now, we really are hitting at about 100% in terms of our response time, and that's really because of the particular measure that we have in place in regards to emergency work. So anytime emergency work is called into our service response center, there's immediate call out to the appropriate technician to respond to that, and they are redirected from whatever work site they're at currently to begin to address that need in terms of emergency work. In regards to closing out that particular work, we're at about an 88% target within that 5-day time frame, and then with the remainder 12% within 7 days. So from the start something is reported, it's being addressed rather immediately, and then beyond that, we're able to close it out completely within less than a week's time. So next slide, please. So just a little bit about some of our customer service aspect when it comes to work orders. So there's a survey that we do submit once a work order is closed out and completed to the requester, provided that they did give us some contact information when they did send in the request. And it's a basic survey just to garner some information about, how well did our team respond, how well was the service, how satisfied were they with the work that was completed, how respectful were they. And this just kind of gives you a general example of what you're seeing there. So that's just a work order, typically what it looks like whenever it's sent in. And then go to the next slide. It'll detail a little bit here in terms of what the overall sort of consolidated effort that we've seen in regards to the survey. So far year to date, we've gotten about 57 responses to those surveys. And in terms of a couple of different examples here, so was the work responded to within timely fashion? So about 68% of the surveys that received back said it was a very quick response, very happy with it. The next majority, of course, is a 2, so still a very quick response. And so we're looking at somewhere around 80 to 90% of the surveys we've seen, they've been very happy with the response time. In terms of the work completed, were they to their satisfaction? The majority of customer surveys said yes. So we're looking at around the 90 percentile. And then again, this is a great one in terms of, was the technician courteous, respectful? Did they report to the office, let someone know why they were there, walk them through what was going on, things like that. And so we do have a good 88% in terms of very courteous and respectful. And so this also gives us some opportunity to address any opportunities as well. If they have any particular negative feedback, we're able to address that pointedly and immediately. And so that's a good thing about this particular survey. So I'm really proud of this. Hopefully we can get a whole lot more participation in regards to that. In terms of comments, it just gives you some examples of some things that we've gotten back in terms of additional comments. And so Terra High School, this gentleman was reported very good, respectful, professional service from the technician. They came to the office and informed them of what was going on. They're very happy with the job they did. One below here is for Woodlawn Elementary with one of our special systems technician, Mr. Emery. They were very helpful, prompt, courteous. A big thank you there. So it's good feedback mode, and I'm very happy we have this particular piece in place. Next slide. So this particular slide is going to talk about some of the quality control measures that we've put in place in regards to the cleaning program to make sure that we are getting everything done that needs to get done on a daily basis. And so part of some of the things that we do to monitor cleaning is, firstly, we have what's called a daily deficiency report. And this is generated from the custodian on the ground as soon as they arrive on site, conducting rounds and reporting out any issues that they have found to our service response center so that can be logged and communicated to the business partner company that is responsible for those particular sites in regards to night cleaning. And of course, any of those deficiencies that are found are taken care of by the custodian before any of the staff arrive. The second piece is what we call Ghost Spot Check. So it's a mobile inspection app that we utilize with our facility managers, and they conduct random inspections throughout the week, throughout the month. It's a very detailed inspection, line by line, goes through a lot of different items to essentially address the overall cleanliness from top to bottom, left to right, right to left in a room. In terms of a snapshot, we've done about 1,825 of these particular inspections so far for 2021, with a general average mission score of about 90%. And so just to give you an idea, that's about an APA level 2, and so which is about where you want to be in regards to the majority of your facilities. In terms of the school year, with regards to our deficiency report, just some examples down here below. We've got about 140 different reports that have come in since the start of the school year, about split between August and September. Again, these are things that we're catching, remedying, and then communicating to our partner companies to address with their teams so that those things can be buttoned up prior to the next day's service. Next slide, please. And so lastly here is just talking about how we're engaging our stakeholders in the building, specifically our principals. So part of what we do is we conduct monthly meetings between our facility managers and the principals to discuss various things in regards to the facilities, any kind of developments on site, projects, any things that are top of mind for them and important to them at their school, things we can address in regards to their facilities. And this is a meeting that takes place monthly, and just gives you an example over there on the right side of what that particularly, that form essentially looks like. And then on your left side just shows you what we're showing in terms of month to month for this year in terms of those particular meetings. So we've conducted over 400 or more of these particular meetings, and they're very helpful in terms of just garnering what's the important thing for the principals on sites and just make sure we're keeping them informed about things that we're doing in regards to maintenance, cleaning, alarms, security, grounds, etc. Next slide. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wells to discuss the remainder of the presentation here.
Okay, where are we on investment fund spending year to date? Investment fund spending is based on special systems. That's PA systems, fire alarms, and things of that nature, painting. So as of now, for June, July, and August, we didn't have a chance to put September in because the books are still open. We had around $293,000. And what does this investment fund spend go toward? We normally prioritize based on three different codes. Number one is any legal requirements, safety items, health items, or security items. They go up to number one, and we immediately do those right off the bat. We really just jump in and take care of those if it's a number one. Number two is the first impression, curb appeal, any school personnel requests that we get, or CSRS support things, such as landscaping, design, whole site, paint projects, things of that nature. Priority code number three is any school personnel requests, any kind of wish list. We try to accommodate them as much as possible. And with whole site painting projects, such as outside doors or whatever we have, maybe a gym or anything like that. Next slide, please. How are we supporting the East Baton Rouge Fair Share Partnership? I know Mr. Smith talked about this earlier. For us, our spend, how we get our percentages off our spend to the MWBEs. So whatever revenue that they generate, or our expenditures that we pay out to them, that's how we come up with the 33% number there. So right now we're running about a 33%. Nothing, a whole lot wasn't in there for July because they were doing summer clean. But as of now, this is where we are. Next slide, please. All right, I think that's it.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we go back for a second? Well, I'm going to work from the back, from where we just left off, all the way back. Can you tell me exactly what is investment fund spending? I've not heard that term before. Could you describe a little better what that is, where that comes from, why it's called that?
The investment fund is something that outside of the contract that Aramark negotiate with you guys, as far as what we offer you guys as, the investment fund is $1.2 million, and that's on an annual basis. So for a 5-year contract, $1.2 million per year is devised for special systems, fire alarms, and things like that. That you guys and along with you guys, we collectively come together and say, this is where we want to spend these dollars. Where is the need? So that kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. So it's pulled out of the general contract?
No.
What's the 1.2?
It's money that we set aside as Aramark. It doesn't come. It doesn't come out of the general fund or anything like that.
No, I don't mean general fund. I mean the general contract that we have per year.
Yes, on the outside. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So 1.2 is pulled out to do certain things like some of the things that
PA systems, fire alarms, painting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And can you describe just in general what the cleaning process is like on a day-to-day basis with regard to COVID and trying to mitigate some of the
COVID? I'm gonna have Mr. Calhoun come and speak on that one.
Have to give me a stool here. All right. So in terms of day-to-day with regards to the COVID cleaning, I can go through the general procedure for you. So we utilize an Ecolab chemical that is a hospital-grade disinfectant that they use to clean all of the high touch points, all of your horizontal spaces, and floor spaces as well. It's going to look a little bit different once you go into some of your lower grades, so your pre-K, kindergarten. Each of those rooms, also in addition to the general cleaning that we do with the disinfectant, do get misted with the with the electrostatic sprayer each night to make sure we can cover all of those little manipulatives and toys and things of that sort, so that those are all getting sanitized on a day-to-day basis. And then, of course, as you go up, that's your general procedure. Your restrooms all receive what we call like a touchless care cleaning. So essentially, we utilize basically it's a hospital-grade restroom disinfectant through a machine called a Kivac. or an OmniFlex is essentially a pressure washer, so to speak, that's utilized along with the scrubber, kind of hits all of your high touch points again, your toilet bowls and things of that sort. So that's used nightly in each one of the restrooms. In addition to that, we also have a wipe called Oxyvir. And that's something that we utilize actually throughout the day as well as at night in certain spaces, depending on if they're still occupied, and it can't have the appropriate dwell time. So essentially, your disinfectant is going to require a certain amount of time to be able to sit on the surface in order to be able to disinfect it or kill whatever germ that may be on there. Typically, that's going to be 2, 3, maybe up to 5 or 7 minutes. If the room is empty, completely like you would see like a classroom or a, something of that nature, then they utilize the regular disinfectant to, wipe down and clean that surface. For those occupied spaces, we utilize the Oxyvir. The reason why we do that is because it has a 1-minute kill time. And so essentially, once you wipe that surface, by the time somebody comes back along and touches it again, it's really disinfected it almost immediately. And so those are some of the tools that we kind of have at our disposal to be able to make sure that a lot of that stuff is mitigated.
So when you mention that they're wiping down, do you mean someone from the staff is wiping down classroom, someone from one of the partners, or is it that the wipes are left there and the teachers are wiping them down?
No, ma'am. So during the daytime, the daytime custodian will hit those high touch points throughout the day. And this is going to be probably your main spaces, not necessarily your classroom spaces, but it'd be things like your corridors, so your door handles, light switches, maybe your water fountain, something that being sort of in between classroom changes, as the students kind of move through and then move out, they come back through, wipe those down, make sure that those spaces can be sanitized. In the evening time, whenever the classrooms and then your primary spaces are getting their full cleaning, that's when the business partner companies send in their crews to do the full wipe down on everything.
Mm-hmm. So that's like once a day then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
For the full wipe down
Mhm.
in classrooms. Okay. And then the other question is around the air quality filtration systems. I'm wondering how they differ from the newer schools compared to the older schools.
Mr. Dunn?
What specifically do you mean?
You spoke about the air filtration systems that some improvements to the HVAC filtration as per CDC guidelines. How does that differ from the newer schools? We've got like new ACs and then the older schools. What kind of differences are you seeing there?
Well, in the newer schools, there are probably at least four, maybe 5 of the newer schools that have additional technology that was built in, like UV lighting inside the units, or what they called it's escaping me, the ionization, the ionization technology that kills viruses. In the older schools, they don't have that kind of technology. So when we've improved the filtration, we've gone from what's called a MERV 8 filter to a MERV 13. So a MERV 8 filter has been the common recommendation in schools pre-COVID. Since COVID, the CDC and ASHRAE have recommended at least MERV 13, and that's what we've implemented in wherever the equipment can handle a MERV 13, we've installed it.
Okay. All right. Some differences there. I just wondered because some of those ACs are so old in the older schools. You wonder what we can really do to help with the air quality in schools like that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate you all's internal quality assurance. But my question really is to the superintendent, and this is not, this is not reflective of anything I think is a new problem. I've been asked well before you, when is the school district going to put its own quality assurance system in place? Because it's one thing for a business to do their own internal, report their own internal survey that was done, et cetera, and that's fine. But when we get complaints, regardless of who so-and-so did it, no, so-and-so did it, if we have our own system in place, then that would nip a lot of confusion in the bud, and it would let us know for ourselves that we are truly getting the bang for the buck. And I'm not saying this to say anything negative necessarily in this moment about Airmark, and again, not necessarily about Superintendent Cito Narcisse, because I have raised this concern numerous times, and over the past years, because it's exhausting to keep hearing and seeing pictures of things not getting done, and then all I have is internal quality assurance reports, and the district has nothing. Like, we ought to all be tired of refereeing and figuring out what's really going on and who to hold accountable, so that those that's getting the job done can continue to get the job done, and those that's not can be properly dismissed. Can we revisit? I need something, and maybe I'll just shoot a formal agenda request, give you time that sometime in November, perhaps, you can come back with a plan to say, hey, this is what we are going to do to have a system in place. That way, if school site such and such is just truly a mess, then we have documented that, and et cetera, versus, somebody coming back to us, not saying that there are lies anywhere. I'm just saying it's incumbent upon us. We giving y'all money for a service. We need to make sure we getting what we paying for, period. That's just good, simple business practice. And so I'll send a formal request to you for it to be on next month's agenda, if that's fine.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. And we will be prepared to do that, because we've actually started that process. I'll have Ms. Monique Spalding and Mr. Frank Chester present at the next meeting in my update.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member Jill Dyerson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I see that you note on one of the end, I guess the third from the last, we talk about, you mentioned the priority codes and the project description, and then you say they're out of scope items that you're going ahead forward with to help us. And one of those is safety. And I in fact was in a meeting just this week where safety was the big discussion, and I continue to feel like, we're building our schools to have, to be designed in ways that safety is paramount, processes and materials are put in place. But I continue to be concerned about all of our schools that are not new, which is a lot of them. And so we build a few schools every year, or every 10 years we build some schools. And, but all of those that were built in, a couple of decades ago and further back, I worry about us and not going in and truly retrofitting things in those schools to help them with the safety and safety protocols and things that would help in those schools. So I'm hoping that you guys can help our team, our internal team, identify, to help us in identifying ways that we can try to work together in addressing some of those kinds of things too. Because we have a lot of schools that aren't new, more schools that aren't new than are new. And what do you consider new? Because it's only been in recent years that we've really, with national events and things, been centered on this whole big concern of safety in our schools. So I'd really like to make sure that we're looking at each school. The other thing is, I was wondering, I have a question, who is able to submit work orders, cleaning concerns, the individual classroom when a teacher thinks something's not right?
Yes, anyone at a school site can submit one through our Service Response Center.
Okay.
I think we've provided that, or we can provide that information. You can send it via email, text, or call it in. And once you call in, a work order is generated, and then it's sent out. If it's a cleaning issue, it's sent out directly to the head custodian at that particular school. If it's something that's going on at that particular time, and that head custodian will take care of that issue then, and then that information is passed on to the night cleaning company as well.
Can you reach out to all of the principals across the district and make sure that they are informing their staff and teachers and staff that they have this ability and this is how you do it, so that they can come directly to you? Because sometimes especially in our larger schools, it's a long way down a hall, down, wherever to go, and time to, they might not have time to leave their classroom to go, funnel it through others, like, have a conversation with the principal, this is what my room looks like, that's just not always convenient. So I really want to make sure that we get the word out there, that they can take a picture of something that they walk into the next morning that they don't feel is right.
So let me,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Board Member Dyson, we're putting a specific process in place as we're working with Aramark on tracking and everything for school leaders. And so I just want you to be aware, as the same thing Board Member Collins asked about, how we're putting mechanisms in place. So we can share our process with them in November when we come back, but we are the ones working through that communication. One thing in our discussion we've had with Aramark is around things such as ensuring that school leaders are aware, checking, doing our own checks, those things. Those are some processes that we've put in place to ensure that things are happening in co-collaboration with Aramark. We've had a lot of meetings around that. So if instead of Jonathan, you just giving a response, if you allow us to just be able to present that to you at the next meeting, we'll have a full presentation on that.
That sounds really good. I just want to be sure that we don't miss the piece of that somehow maybe the principal can be copied, but a teacher can get there, see something, snap it, and start instruction. And, make it something that they can actively do themselves. And then it gets in that count of, have things improved? Did they come and take care of that? And are they working towards bettering that on an ongoing basis?
Absolutely.
I want our teachers involved.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Vice President. And thank you for the report. I'm really appreciating the fact that at these committee of the wholes, we can work through things and data and understanding things like this that really impact how the school operates. Couple of points around COVID. Hopefully, all the signs are that COVID is coming rapidly down. And I think the science now is very clear that COVID is not spread by surface contact. But I also am happy to hear that we're continuing the cleaning, and I hope that continues past the time of where COVID is in our rearview mirror, because we just talked about absences due to number of kids days being absent, number of kids being out for suspensions, number of days kids being out for health reasons is also very significant. And so it's a part of improving, you might not think about the cleanliness of the building being important to academic achievement, but it really is, because if the child is sick or the teacher is sick and they can't be in the classroom, that hurts the acquiring of the academic opportunity. So I really appreciate that, and I hope those kinds of things continue even when we're past the COVID thing. My other question relates back a little bit to what I was asking on the Fair Share program. On the last page of your presentation, you say 33% are in the Fair Share program. But we've, listening to Mr. Smith, understanding that not all firms that could be in the Fair Share program are not in the Fair Share program. So do you have a number on the minority, women and minority businesses as a percent, as opposed to just the Fair Share percent?
We do not. Our number comes from the minority business that we do participate with outside of part of Fair Share and outside of Fair Share. A good bit of our companies, we've been tasked with increasing our minority spend. So for a good bit of our minority business, and it's mostly our business partners at night, and any special projects, those consist of the MWBEs. So I can maybe get a number. I know we have a list of those service providers. I can get that number as far as the breakdown of those particular service providers.
And for your next quarterly report, that would be an interesting number to have. Plus, I'd also like to see it if you could break it down between supplies and services.
Okay.
Because I know a lot of supplies are coming from national companies and things like that. So it'd be interesting to know how much of the service dollars and things are going to minority and women-owned businesses.
Sure.
Outside, I guess supplies can also come from them too, but it'd be nice to have two separate numbers, one handling supplies and one handling services, so we can get a better understanding
Sure. We
of
can
how that
definitely
operates.
divide that bucket up.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you guys for the presentation. I just kind of want to second what Ms. Collins said. For the last, I guess, 2.5 years since I've been on the board, we get these quarterly reports from Aramark, and it seems like everything is going well, but there seems to be somewhat of a disconnect between what we get in these reports and what's actually happening inside of some of these schools. So to Ms. Collins' point, I think it's like a sense of urgency for us to make sure that this quality assurance thing exists, not only for the partnership and the contractual work and the obligations that you guys have with us, but also that we are doing our due diligence to make sure what we're hearing. I hear so many stories about facilities issues constantly, but when I get these reports, it's just like, where's the disconnect? So there's a serious disconnect, Superintendent Narcisse, between what we see happening on the ground in these reports. So that quality assurance thing is a really urgent matter, and figuring out how can we mitigate the disconnect between what's happening inside of our schools and to our vendors. So I just wanted to uplift what Ms. Collins said, that is necessary and should be a priority from us as a district and a board. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further requests to speak from the board, thank you, sirs. Okay. All right, moving forward with item C4, EBR Virtual Academy update.
Good evening, Board President Tapman in his absence, Vice President Collins, Dr. Narcisse, and board members. I'm Sharon Williams, the Chief of Schools. I'll be giving you a quick update on EBR Virtual Academy. Many of these slides are just repeated from previous presentations to be consistent, with a few updates. So again, just for new listeners, perhaps, our EBR Virtual Academy has expanded from a 9 through 12th grade academy to a pre-K through 12th grade academy. There are several reasons for this expansion, including the advent of the coronavirus pandemic and a need to provide virtual instruction for students, also increased interest in a virtual environment. So again, our key collaborators are every single division and department within the school district, and Proximity Learning, who's here today to talk a little more about staffing and to field any questions around that. I also want to let you know that we're working on gaps daily and that we have at least weekly meetings within departments as we're noticing gaps. We're continuing to learn each day about how to best serve our students in a virtual environment, and we're getting better. The overall academic program for students is listed here again. We use the same curriculum that any other student in the EBR public schools uses. We also have a blended approach for our district assessments and successfully completing the first round of diagnostics and benchmarks within the virtual environment. PLI Connect is a Canvas interface that our partner Proximity uses. Most classrooms use Google Classroom, and we also utilize Edgenuity for those students who need those individual courses and course recovery. We also want to restate our commitment to serving all students in the virtual academy. That includes students with disabilities, any gifted and talented students, and also students who were previously enrolled in magnet programs. This slide we showed you last time with the rapid increase of the number of students enrolled in the EBR Virtual Academy. We have put a pause on enrollment at the Virtual Academy in order to stabilize our academic programming and staffing. Re-enrollment will be considered at the next semester, but I want you to notice that we are topped out at approximately 1,300 or so students. With that, we do want to inform you all that there is a drop in re-enrollment window, and these are set at the 9-week period for elementary school students, and for secondary students, it's at the semester. So we have one re-enrollment period coming up, and it's as easy as going or calling the EBR Virtual Academy to receive your drop information for families and re-enrolling in your school of choice back at your home school. So the next couple of slides detail some information about staffing for the EBR Virtual Academy, so I'll let my colleague, Ms. Donaldson, and our Proximity partner.
Good evening, Vice President Collins and President Tapman, board members, Superintendent Narcisse. So as we continue to talk about staffing of our virtual academy, of course, there are still staffing challenges all across our community. We've made some leeway with using the hybrid model, and we were able to identify some teachers throughout the district that were able to address that need because they had small enrollment. We also we had some teachers engage us who were on leave that were interested in possibly moving into the virtual academy, and so we've made those adjustments. And then we worked on our balanced staffing based upon student enrollment across the district to find where we had some opportunities to utilize staff that could move to the virtual academy. And so we've been able to, of course, increase the number of educators to meet those needs. We still do have some vacancies at the virtual academy as we are still facing vacancies across the district. The next slide, please. So staffing at the elementary school, we have 26 core teachers, 6 ESS teachers. We have 3 hybrid ESS teachers. Gifted, we have 1 hybrid gifted educator working with the gifted students at the elementary level. There's still a need because of the number of students that we have at the elementary level for a health and physical education teacher, and we would like to engage 1 more ESS teacher just because supporting in the virtual environment is we want to make sure that we don't have any gaps there. The secondary level, the staffing as far as employed EBR full-time employees, we have 6 teachers that are EBR teachers, 2 proximity paras, 1 hybrid teacher, working in different capacity. We have 3 full-time ESS teachers, 6 ESS paras. We have 2 ESS teachers serving in hybrid capacity. We still are looking for 2 school counselors. We are engaged in working to find 2 mathematics teachers, 1 English, 1 full-time art teacher, and 1 business. So we have 2 groups working at that. So the district, of course, is working to fill that, and proximity is working to fill that. So we're looking to fill it as sections, so possibly part-time teachers who may be interested in re-engaging into the workplace to teach maybe morning classes or afternoon classes, depending upon what their certifications are. And then, our action steps are still to continue engaging the hybrid teaching model. We're also working with proximity. If there are people who may not be able to do what we're doing, they may be looking at proximity. So we're kind of working collaboratively. We have some out-of-state people who've engaged us, and so that may be a better thing for them to work through proximity than through the school system, and then continue to recruit and interview candidates. Each week we host a virtual job fair on our system. Okay. So I would like to introduce you to Mr. Ted Robinson. He is with Proximity Learning to present some of the services that Proximity has been doing and the work they're doing to fill vacancies.
Thank you, Ms. Donaldson and Dr. Williams. Dr. Narcisse, may I approach the board? I'd like to pass out some information, sir. Again, my name is Ted Robinson. I've been working with East Baton Rouge since 2017, supplying teachers in the majority of your high schools. What the young lady is passing out now is the combination of our virtual schools that we're doing as far as supplying teachers, as well as the legacy business we have working with some of your high schools. And so I'll wait for her to pass that out. Okay. Inside the package, you'll find a spreadsheet. If you look at the spreadsheet, you'll see, starting with most of your high schools, anything that's in bold is focused on the virtual school. So right now we're providing 133 sections of classes within East Baton Rouge. That's with our legacy business at the high schools, but also with the virtual schools. So if you look at that, there's 76 virtual sections that we work with. When my colleague was here a couple of weeks ago, we had 36 openings. We're down to 13. We just hired a 6th grade math teacher yesterday, and also you hired a 10th grade civics and government teacher today. And we're working very feverishly to get the other 13 in place by next week. In addition to that, I've been responding to the parents of East Baton Rouge either via email, text, or phone call.
I thought, okay, I didn't hear him say you were finished. Thank you, Board Member Lannis. I'm busy looking at the data.
That's okay. We see you deep into it. Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank everybody for this presentation. Let me preface by saying this before I go into my spew on the current situation. Please don't take anything that I say personally, because it's nothing against your companies, and there's nothing against anyone that has spoken today. I respect your work. You do amazing work, and it's understandable. But I will say this. As it stands right now, for me, it is unacceptable to see and know that we are in October and we still have schools that are not fully staffed in our virtual school. It's problematic for several reasons, one of which is because the students that are currently inside of the virtual program have to make all that time up. So for a lot of those kids, they're not going to have a summer. They're not going to be able to go play with their friends because they have to make all of this time up. And then after they make that time up, they are going to have to re-enroll in school and start it all over again. Now, we can argue that it's hard, and it's hard all across the country, it's hard across our state, but the realization is this. We entered a contract because we knew it was hard. And when you enter a contract, performance has to happen. And at this time, the way that I see it, there has not been significant performance on the end of that contract. And like I said before, I understand that it's hard. But what do you tell a parent in October when school started in August that they still don't have a teacher for their child?
What do I personally say to them?
I'm sorry?
What do I say to them?
No, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, rhetorical, okay.
Because the thing is, we have to deal with that because they're not only our constituents,
Sure.
they're also our customers. And it also goes back to one of the pillars that we're talking about, customer service. That's one of the things that we've been trying to right-size, and it's been one of the hardest things, but we felt like we were getting to a point where people were starting to believe and come back into the fold with EBR, and this has just made that process increasingly harder. Because as you said before, in the virtual school, they're taking on students from all spectrums. It's not just high school, middle school, elementary school. It's gifted and talented, it's ESS, and as you look on the screen, they're still looking for ESS teachers. We still need high school teachers. So the question is this: how long is this going to continue? Because if we can't speaking realistically, we only have a month and a half left in this semester because we have to account for Thanksgiving, which is a week they're going to be off, and we also have to account for Christmas and New Year, which is going to be 2 weeks they're going to be out of school. So realistically, we have a month and a half left. So what do we do within that time for a month and a half? Now, that's not a rhetorical question, by the way.
That's my question.
Oh, okay.
All right, yeah. From the standpoint of proximity learning, we're going to be filling every rest of the 13 that we have openings for doing right now. I'm also going to be entertaining, and I haven't talked to Ms. Downsell or Dr. Williams about this, primarily having some tutorials on the weekend and some after school to help some of the teachers, some of the students to be able to catch up. But as far as the lost work, we had no idea it was going to be this explosive going forward. We had a specific number that we were geared toward. We had no idea it was going to explode at this level. You already articulated about what's taking place, just not but in EBR or Louisiana, but across the nation. Multiple schools are doing this. We also had other clients that were were going in this direction and had no idea that a district like Shelby County, what I'm just familiar with, asking for 162 teachers. So we are at a crossroads also. We are hired 70 more people. We're recruiting as fast and as quickly as we possibly can to get the teachers here into East Baton Rouge to be sure that we can at least be ready by the end of next week.
Understand.
But I want to go. I want you to know I've personally called dozens of parents. I've talked to Ms. Harding multiple times. I've talked to others. I've had 2 parent workshops where I entertained 202 parents a couple of weeks ago and responded to their questions as to the best of my ability. And I did not shuck or dismiss what their pain was. And I apologize to them for that. But we are working as quickly and as fast as we possibly can to put these things in place for them. But to make up the lost time, I will be working with Dr. Williams and Mrs. Donaldson to put something in place for those parents that want to have their kids in some tutorial programs. We will do that.
I hear you. I really do. But I liken it to an analogy, right? If, let's just say that you're my mechanic. I have a car. I take it to you. You tell me that my car's going to be fixed in 1 month. I come back to you, and 1 month, my car is not fixed, and now you told me that there's another problem. You tell me, give you another week. I give you another week. Mind you, we enter the contract.
Sure.
A week goes by, you tell me there's another problem. At all of this time, that's now it's a month and a half, right? I have to go to work, have to take care of myself, have to take care of family. What do I tell them? That's one. And then 2, Am I supposed to sit around and continuously wait while my car gets fixed, or do I take it to someone else that has the capacity to do it right now? Mind you, we're not talking about a car, we're talking about kids and learning.
Right. Okay. To answer the latter question, we are the preeminent and premier provider of virtual learning in this country. I won't have to name my other, the people that have competitors. They're stalled. They're locked down. That's why districts are coming to us to try to do the best that we possibly can for that. Again, we did not anticipate the overwhelming response across the country to what proximity learning is doing. To the former that you requested, I can't equate a car to what we do.
I understand. I guess the only thing that I can say is that, with that being said, we should not take on more than we have the capacity to handle. That's the biggest thing that I'm hearing right now. I understand you saying everybody's coming to you guys. Mm-hmm. Not one contract is being turned away, though. And there are literally students, from my understanding and hearing this, around this country that still do not have teachers. That is a problem. That is an issue. And I'll just leave it at that. I won't badger the issue, but I will continue to say this is a problem. And if we don't solve this, we're going to be in a bigger mess than we anticipated.
Mr. Landis, might respond to this before you go. We turned down a contract for 500 teachers in Cypress Fairbanks. We turned down a contract for Palmdale, California for 75. We're not taking it anymore. As far as I'm concerned, East Baton Rouge is my preeminent client. I came to this district because my people are from here, from Monroe. And so I put myself in a fiduciary role as a trusted advisor. And so I'm not happy that I can't fill the void. I've had some sleepless nights, which my wife can attest to, because I've always been able to do what's best for our students, and I mean our students when it comes to their education, and I'm going to continue to do that. And that's why I'm here tonight. I apologize I couldn't make it last time. I had to be in Nashville. My son was getting engaged, but I want to be here this evening so I could address these questions. And so I'm going to be doing our best to make sure that happens. And I'll stay in contact with Dr. Williams and Mrs. Donaldson and Mr. Chester on what's taking place.
Board Member Dyson.
Yes, thank you. These are not directed to you. This is just staffing, whether it be virtual or in our traditional schools, everywhere. So I was thinking that maybe last regular board meeting, we requested to start getting weekly updates on school with school-specific numbers as to vacancies and really from that October 1 count, I would add to that I'd like to see how each school was staffed going into the year and versus the projections. I'd like to see where we were off and exactly where across the district. So I'd like to see us get that information, and then again, I'm going to request again weekly staffing updates just on an ongoing basis so I can look at Belfair and I can look at Dufrock, wherever I can see the whole picture of what we are where. And definitely I'd like to see, I mean, I've asked for this before, a historical, show me the past few years of our projected enrollment at every school versus our October 1 count. So I'm just making that request now again.
Okay. So good evening.
Good evening.
And maybe it's not coming through, but it is a weekly email that you're receiving from me that says HR data report, and it actually has an interactive piece where you can see by school the turnover.
Okay.
You can also see by region. You can see the current vacancies. Now, I have to put it in there each week for the vacancies, because I have to pull it from the system. But it goes into there, and you can actually break it down by school. So you can say, if you want to see Belfair, you can click on it. It'll tell you the vacancies at Belfair. Also, because we were asked about the exit survey that we send out, we've added that sheet to that spreadsheet, to that data studio, and so that information is there from what employees provide as responses to their exit surveys. And that information and an explanation is also provided. And so it does come automatically, but I'll check to make sure that, because it's been coming for, I think, 3 weeks. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, the link is good all the time, so you can always go back to it, and I apologize if you have not
So
seen
we
it.
should be receiving it weekly from,
It actually just.
okay. Yeah, okay.
So I apologize that you hadn't received it.
Okay. And then let's get that historical, and including this current school year. Where were our projected for staffing versus what we really needed where?
Yes, ma'am.
And what we didn't need where?
Yes, ma'am.
Over and under.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. So I just want to get some clarity around how proximity is designed to work in our district, because to my colleague's point earlier, like there was a lot of criticisms from multiple persons around like the staffing issue related to proximity learning. But if I'm understanding correctly, proximity learning is more so of the driving force behind virtual schooling, whereas it's our responsibility still to staff people for the virtual schools, and proximity learning is just a partner to help us when we have, because there are some programs where you can literally, let's say if we go to Southern University Virtual School, they're responsible for providing teachers and curriculum. Proximity, can you guys explain that relationship and what is the context so that we can know, is this a staffing EBR issue or is this a proximity staffing issue?
So I think it's a shared issue, okay, realistically. So if you look at how we use proximity at the high school, so I'll start there because that's where our relationship started. They provide virtual teachers in the brick and mortar classrooms. Primarily, they do it at our high schools. They're in multiple high schools. And so it may be Spanish 1. And so some of the schools have had difficulty to find foreign language teachers, but you know that to get into many colleges, also for different programming after high school, you need the foreign language. And so they actually provide the Spanish for Spanish 1 and Spanish 2, all courses. And so there's an actual employee from EBR, which is, we call them a proximity para, that is in the classroom, and then the proximity teacher actually streams in to the classroom through the Chromebooks, because we're one-to-one, and also on the projector screen. And so the students participate in classes that way. So that's our first relationship. Within the virtual school, the district built the master schedule for proximity to provide teachers for the virtual middle and high school. So based upon enrollment, so when you think about how the enrollment expanded, you have a set of teachers that you have planned for 300 students, and then you find out that no, now we have 700. So you've got to ramp up and break out classes to be able to provide instruction. And so it becomes a staffing issue, because you need to, if you've planned for a certain number, and even if you're continuously recruiting, you can end up with you don't have enough teachers because you're opening up a new section, and you need a teacher for those new sections that are being opened up. And with the complexity of a middle and high school, you have different course requirements. And you have, and normally in a high school, they actually plan the courses out almost a year in advance, or at least in December for the upcoming year, based upon student requests. At the virtual secondary level, you have kids coming from all different types of schools with different types of transcripts, with different types of courses that are being offered at different schools, and they're enrolling in one place, and you're trying to figure out how to provide all of the instructional courses that these students need. At the same time, you're building out classes, building curriculum, and building and trying to, and attracting teachers to come into this environment. So there are lots of moving pieces and moving parts. And of course, this year, it was not perfect. We've established that, right? But I do believe that moving forward, this is the future.
Yeah.
Education, 10 years ago, it was unheard of, 15 years ago, it was unheard of to get a full college degree in a virtual setting. Now, every university who said, we'll never do virtual, all have virtual opportunities because it is the future.
No, I appreciate that, and that's kind of what I wanted to just uplift to my colleagues. Like, while this has not been perfect, and I've heard the complaints, I've heard all of the issues as well. Like, to some points, there is a national teacher shortage, both in brick and mortar schools as well as in virtual schools. I do believe with this program, we are better off than without it. Whether it's perfect or not is a different question, a different discussion for us to have at a later date, or as we continue to have these discussions. But I do believe firmly that even with the hiccups that we've seen, that we are better having a program like this that has serviced a large scale of students than not having something in place at all. To everyone's point, I don't think that we were even prepared for the magnitude of students that we will be serving in a virtual environment. So I would just caution us to think about like working through the kinks and like making this like better. But to your point, this is the future. And if we can manage the hiccups and figure out, because we have teacher shortages in our brick and mortar buildings right now, like students that go to school or without Algebra 1 teachers or without chemistry teachers in brick and mortar schools. So that's happening every day, not just from a virtual standpoint, just from teaching in general. So we can do better with staffing. And let's be, people are leaving the profession. People are not just running down, knocking down the doors to become teachers. And so we need to figure out how do we cultivate relationships with the people that we have inside of our buildings, whether it's pairs, whether it's whatever, to grow our own, to make people stay inside of the classrooms. But we have to do something. This is a real issue that we need to. This is a real issue that we need to address, and I think that collectively we can put our brain power together to figure out how to figure some of these vacancies. So I just want to applaud you both for working through this hiccups and getting us to a better space. Even with the hiccups, I do believe that we're better off with this program than without it. Thank you.
Superintendent Narcisse.
Thank you, Board Member Howard, for sharing that. I just wanted to reiterate two things. One is we knew that this was going to be a challenge. This is the first year that we've decided to do this. We had an uptick of almost 700 plus kids. As I talked to colleagues across the country, other superintendents who are in the same position that we are in, some were even scared to even open a virtual school. And some have decided not to open a virtual school, even though they were under COVID. And so we took the challenge on, and although it has not been perfect, we are working through those kinks. But I just wanted to share that with the board. I still think we did the right thing for our community, and appreciate the board for allowing us to move towards that direction. One of the things I did want Mr. Robinson to make very clear, Mr. Robinson had two questions which have been concerns from families that we've been talking to. Is one, can you reiterate for our families what will be put in place for students to catch up? I know that you shared tutorials. I know this has been a long conversation of if you can share that with our families. And then the second thing would be we'd like to make sure that not only that the families are clear about how we're going to make up, but how will we share this information with our parents, to reassure them that we are ensuring that kids do not fall behind this year.
Yeah. This is something I just broached today with our senior team. And so I just came up with this to broach this with the president and the vice president and the executive leaders of the company. I just broached this 10 minutes ago to Dr. Williams and Mrs. Donaldson. So I will have some further conversations with them how we might be able to implement this and put this in place, Dr. Narcisse.
And I just want to make sure that everyone is also aware. So we do plan to communicate with the families and be able to let them know the options for kids and how we will connect with them personally in terms of getting them to catch up.
Yeah, once
each
we
and
have
every
this
child.
discussion, we'll go to the principal and vice principal of the school, and they'll send this out. They actually have the actual list, and so they would send that out on my behalf for me to schedule a meeting with the grades 6 to 9 parents to articulate what we're going to do for the tutorial.
All right, thank you.
Board President Tapman.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Can you give me some sense of how attendance is being measured and some idea of how you're quantifying the loss for those students who don't have instructors in certain categories? I guess it goes somewhat to Mr. Lannis's point. I guess I'm going to ask it just, you know, how far behind are we and how are we tracking that?
So I could not give you an accurate...
No, I'm not, I'm
statistic.
actually asking staff.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for that question. So we are doing this in a couple of different ways. So we do know the students who don't have live instructors. So those are quantifiable. We have a list of those students. We also have, we're also monitoring Edgenuity usage for those students who don't have a live instructor right now. So we have information from Edgenuity, we have information from their benchmark assessments, their diagnostic assessments, and we also know the time periods that students have been without live instruction. So with those couple of data sets, we can very quickly identify those students who will need additional assistance through proximity. I also want to bring to light that the academics department and literacy department are working with the school staff as well, including our executive director, to also have extended day opportunities and asynchronous or synchronous learning in order to make sure that students are where they need to be. So it will be a dual approach, and I'm glad to hear that we'll have a partnership with Proximity in this area because we feel that it's vital for us to make sure that our students are on track.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. So I guess my question goes to how significant is the magnitude of the learning loss? I mean, we obviously went a pretty good period of time without instructors. I guess I want a damage assessment.
Mm-hmm. That would be individually by student, and I believe that we can give that information. We do have information rolling up from our district-wide ANET benchmark assessments that are going on right now. We also have information for early childhood. They're not as impacted with DIBELS and with the ANET diagnostics. So we have data sets that we can look at each individual student to see where they are in their learning progression right now.
Okay.
But it is very individualized.
Okay. How serious is it? I mean, how significant is?
It's always very serious if we think about
No,
lost
I'm going
instructional
to talk
time.
about it as a whole. So we're talking
Like
about the
how
whole
many?
school. I want to know how significant it is.
Mm-hmm.
We offered this. I'm going to push, not
Okay.
just tonight. I
Mhm.
want to know how bad it is. I don't want to.
Tomorrow
Okay.
morning or this evening, what I will
Okay.
do is make sure that I'm in touch with our principal, Dr. Dixon, and our executive director, Dr. Mandy Lacerte, to cull a list of students who may have had some level of learning, lack of learning from a live instructor this year. And we can quantify that as early as tomorrow morning.
Okay. We approved a stipend for teachers who are willing to do virtual instruction. Can you give me any sense? I mean, I'm sorry, I had to step out of the room. You may have covered this already. If you did, I apologize. But can you tell me how many teachers have applied for that stipend and or received it?
So they haven't received it yet. They don't receive it until the end of the semester, but
Okay.
we've had about 49 teachers who actually signed up for their interest in it. We currently, right now, have probably about 15 teachers that are using that hybrid model in different capacities. One of the things that we had to match up was the schedule. So if your planning period did not match, or your class that's very small didn't match, so there's some shifting has gone around, and we're still doing some shifting. We were really excited about the number of teachers who are interested in this, and so we probably won't have the big number this semester, but I foresee for next semester, I think we'll have some bigger numbers, because teachers were interested in the opportunity to teach across the system. And so this may help us with some schools that may have teachers who are out on leave, and a teacher can teach from Bel Air High School and teach a course, teach some students at Woodlawn High. So it's going to give us some very cool connections, and I think it'll be even more exciting next school year if once we start. Dr. Robinson has already talked about how they're going to work with the master scheduling, getting everything across the system aligned, and that's going to be really beautiful, because you're going to have some learning that's going to go all over the system, shared learning and shared experiences. And so it will be something that the district will be able to utilize for the future.
So those teachers that apply to it obviously come from, are teaching different subject matters and have different subject matter expertise. How did that line up? I mean, are we?
So we matched them, so we did matching based upon their certification area and what they're teaching. And so we didn't want to give teachers an additional prep. So if you were a mathematics teacher and you only really teach Algebra 1, we didn't want to give you a geometry to teach. So we were very mindful of that. Again, one of the challenges is the schedules, and so we're working through that piece. But we've used some talented teachers who are teaching. They may not have as many talented students that they're servicing in their itinerant role, and those teachers are getting will be getting the stipend as well. So it's a new thing and a new concept. I've had some other school districts call me about it to see how is it working out and everything. And so as we've talked through it, it really is important that the schedules match across the board to do it very fluidly.
So as I appreciate it, we had a cap on the number of
Yes, sir.
teachers.
We're not at the near
And
the.
what was that cap again? Remind me. Do you remember? It's okay. I don't remember either,
sorry.
so it's fine. That's okay.
Yes, sir. I'm
All right.
sorry.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Just a couple of questions. I may have missed something. What was the total number of students that we're able to service compared to what was in the proposal?
Is that enrollment or staffing?
Enrollment.
Enrollment?
Kids, yeah.
We projected at the beginning of the project that it would be between 500 and 650 students, and we're currently at 1,370 or so.
Okay, I was under the impression like the proposal projected to be able to serve 1,400 kids. Is that not correct?
That's
From
not ringing a
proximity?
bell to me. I'll have to look back through our presentations. It
Well,
wasn't
maybe-
nearly, certainly wasn't over 1,000.
It wasn't over 1,000 that you were
No.
projected to serve.
Are you speaking of the contract for proximity?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so no, for the virtual school, that's not the number. It wasn't that many at all. But I think what you're referring to in the presentation was the number of students district-wide they were already serving last school year, and that was about 1,300 students at the high schools.
Okay, and know we spoke about, in previous meetings, about going back to some teachers that may not be with us anymore, who may have just taken some time off. Have we reached out to those teachers as well in our search for more employees?
Yes, ma'am. So we did, again, just being mindful of the different reasons why an employee may be out on a leave. So we have to be very cognizant and sensitive to that. But we did have some teachers reach out, and we talked to some teachers who were interested, and we did actually bring some teachers back that were on leave. I can't tell you specifically who they were or anything like that, but we did do that that kind of engagement. But we do have to be careful and mindful of not looking like we're pushing a person who is actually on a medical sick leave to come back to work before they are actually ready to come back to work. So there were some things that had to take place with regards to them providing documentation from their doctor that they were released to return to a work status.
And we spoke about making some assessments as kids re-enter. There's a group that's going to be coming in, like I think around October 15th, they'll start to re-enter. And will we have time to assess any of those before they re-enter, or have we given any thought to that, how they'll be assessed?
As they're reentering their home school?
Yes, and as far as what they've lost, if they've missed anything while they've been out.
So our district assessments will help us do that. The ANET benchmark is for all students. So we'll have that point of reference for schools to look at regarding their current performance.
Okay, so, and then I know we're still figuring this thing out as we go, but as far as being able to make up for some of the time lost, are we looking at maybe doing some things on some weekends or after hours? Or?
Yes, extended day, that means before, after school, and weekends. And we're also looking at the asynchronous and synchronous type lessons that can be videoed and recorded and then played back for students. So it's going to be a hybrid approach to working on the learning loss.
Yeah, it sounds like they'll have a lot of extra work to do. And so will a lot of parents in the district be working real hard trying to get the kids back up to par, or at least where they should be. All right, thank you.
Okay. So the teacher sharing concept actually is not new in EBR. We've done it. We received grant money to implement it in some pilot schools in 2018. It was something I remember the board voting on. It was an initiative of Charmaine Rutledge, and so I know that we've learned from that, and maybe we could revisit some of those things. What will the grading look like for the first 9 weeks for these students?
Students who had some lack of a live instructor will be offered an incomplete for the first 9 weeks period. And part of our strategy for that is the hybrid approach to catching them up so that they are not penalized for their lack of a live instructor.
When you say the hybrid approach for catching them up?
So asynchronous learning, synchronous learning, after extended hour tutoring, et cetera.
Okay. So they'll have to make up about 2 months worth of, because when we say incomplete, then that sounds like they have to make up work.
It depends on the individual student. It's highly individualized. Some students may have not had a live instructor for 2 of their 6 classes, some 1 of 6, some 5 of 6. So it really depends
regardless
on
of
that
how many
student.
classes, is 2 months of.
It could be 2 months. So some students have come online with live instructors over the time period that we've started school.
Okay.
So it may be 2 weeks of not having a live instructor. It could be 4 weeks without a live instructor.
Okay, thank you. Are the vacancies that proximity is responsible for filling being counted in the HR vacancy reports?
Yes, ma'am. So what we do is we advertise that because we're both looking, right? So whoever can get it first, it's a shared competition. If we can get it, then that's what we're going to do. If they get it, that's great, but we're both looking. So we do list those vacancies, but please remember that the vacancy report is static. So I have to upload it from the system. And so, but it is a shared.
Okay, well,
shared piece.
that's a little relieving, because I was like, Lord, this
Oh,
is
no,
worse
no,
than-"
ma'am, we're both
Okay.
looking.
Well,
Everyone's
can you
looking.
just like you break it out for some schools, can you just add them as a school? Because in the report, I saw, okay, well, Bel Air, so many teachers, such and such schools, so many teachers. Can we just go ahead and add the EBR
Yes,
virtual
ma'am,
school?
we can, so the virtual school is in there already, but what we can do is we can put it as, if you want to see like proximity separate, or do you want to see?
Well, maybe
'cause
if it's in there, I
It's in
must have
there.
overlooked it. Okay, well, I'll just go back and look. That's my
Okay,
bad.
yeah,
That's my bad.
they should be listed there, because each school has it's a connection between the principal, the school, and kind of the vacancy that routes up. But I'll check it, but I'm pretty certain.
Okay.
You're talking about online, right? Or are you talking about on the paper?
The report, same report that Ms. Dyson
Yeah,
clarified she
so
received?
that pulls up, yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. When you signed the contract for the virtual school, how many students did you agree to serve? Did you put a particular number? Like, did you say grades when you signed the contract? How many students?
It's exactly what Dr. Williams said. We were anticipating for our half, and we were part of the 612, between 250 to 350 students.
Okay, so the contract has something that shows an approximation of, there's something in the contract that indicates an approximation of that number?
It's not in the contract. That was a verbal discussion we've had before we move forward.
Ms. Collins, the contract is an open contract, and so there was no specific number. It was designed that way so that the district could be flexible in terms of how many students were registered in service. At the time, I don't think there was a firm number, so we did that on purpose.
Okay, and I understand we did that on purpose, but there was nothing on either side to say, hey, capacity is BAM, and so this is our range, or, you know what I'm saying?
No, the contract does not have a specific number. It's specifically designed to be an open contract, and it actually is similar to the original contract we had with proximity in 2018.
Okay.
I believe. The contract does still hold proximity to certain base requirements. So if there is a violation of those
Okay.
terms, there will be action available to the board. So I do want to say that.
Okay, well, and this is purely a comment, it seemed like it would have behooved us to put, part of when you planning something, what's my capacity? And how do I measure that? And this is what we do in response to. And so, I don't think anybody knew that the Delta variant was going to hit, start impacting kids and people. But at the same time, we also know that at this point, COVID is, and the pandemic, is unpredictable. We don't know if there's going to be another variant that's worse. We don't, it's just so much we don't know. And so then we have to think in terms of God forbid, it could get a whole lot worse. Or, hey, a whole lot better, and almost like it never happened, you know. So anyway, you know, my concern is around the legal obligation that we have to provide a certain number, according to statute, a certain number of minutes. And that's our legal obligation as a district. And so then my concern or my perception of how to analyze how bad it is how many minutes missing of instruction. And so then, Chief Williams, when you give that information to us, if you can include in your metrics how many minutes of missing instruction for all students involved, so that we can kind of say, all right, it's only so many hours or so many minutes in a day. This is how much has been missed. How do we plan? You know, so that we can have some firm numbers to work with on how to achieve it. Because some students, you're right, 2 weeks. Whether it's a teacher not in that classroom from the beginning of school until now, or they were only quarantined. And then, but in some instances, you know, so, but we need to kind of really be able to measure that in an effective manner. And then, you know, just like some other superintendents were in other districts were scared, and I applaud our efforts for trying this. But, you know, some superintendents in other areas were skittish about doing this. One reason is that off the top is a capacity issue. We knew this when COVID first hit, which was why we erred on the side of teachers virtually teaching, because we knew if we would have, and this was discussed, if we would have said a whole separate virtual school, then you got to turn around just like that and come up with staffing for a whole entire school overnight. And while the numbers may have initially not been known, we at the point where the interest was high enough that we essentially had to staff a large school building overnight. Imagine if we decided to open a brand new school and it's a brick and mortar school, and you're talking about, well, we think it's gonna be, you know, amazing, and 1,200 students. You know, you have to plan, like it becomes a little more obvious because we used to that brick and mortar conversation that, hey, that's a lot. And so it's what we've done is exacerbated the shortage we already had. And so then, you know, we have to figure out how to be, to reevaluate. Again, I applaud this effort. This is the most that we've used the virtual school that we already had since it's been in its inception. And so in that regard, amazing. But at the same time, I implore us to step back and say, hey, how do we not only just address the shortage at the virtual school, but then again, I will say again, as I've said before, how do we address the learning time laws when teachers and students have to quarantine and they are not allowed to get virtual instruction because they're not enrolled in the virtual school, they're in a brick and mortar school, but we're not making provisions for that. And so that's all I have to say. I appreciate the presentation, I appreciate the efforts, but I think we have to regroup, you know? It's a ever-changing beast, so thank you. Board Member Baloo.
Thank you. We've got the the re-enrollment period coming up this month for elementary and middle school. Do we have any sense how many parents are going to choose to send their children back to their regular school as opposed to keeping them in the virtual school?
No, we've received a few calls and emails from parents inquiring about the enrollment period, but we don't have a hard number as to how many. I would venture to say it's not going to be very many because of the number of calls and emails we've received thus far.
Oh, okay. So I assume parents are aware that they do have that option, though. It is. They're very
Yes.
well. Okay. The only other comment I had, really, it's too late now. None of us anticipated the demand for the virtual school, but now that we've learned, I would hope in future years that we not enroll more students than we have the capacity to serve in that virtual school. We may want to hold a certain number of seats for students with health considerations that need the virtual school, but beyond that, we ought to know how many we can serve and not enroll more than that number. It's obvious, but I just thought I'd state it. Mr. Gode, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Blue.
First of all, I would just like to say to Ms. Donaldson, thank you very much for all of your hard work. I know this is not pleasant and it's not easy. You are facing unprecedented times in the challenges that are in front of you in staffing everything that we have. And this is not an East Baton Rouge Parish issue. This is a much broader issue. So I just want, as we go through all of this, I know how hard you're working. So I just wanted to tell you and your staff, thank you very much for your efforts. But I do want to come back to some of the things that Board Member Howard made, because I think he made some very cogent statements in here around we need to look at the future. We need to figure out how we're going to do this in the future. Ms. Donaldson, the report that you sent us, I have the October 1st report where it lists vacancies. Does that report include the virtual school?
It should. It should. Now, what happens is I pull a spreadsheet off of the website.
Okay.
And I upload it. Now, there are times where we generally advertise something for 10 days and then it sends out. So it may have timed out on the weekend because that was like a Friday that I put that up.
Right.
So it may be missing it there. But if I pull it and put it into the system this evening, they may be back up on there. So because we run it in a 10-day advertising, generally a 10-day advertising cycle. So it may not have been on that particular one, but I'll check to make sure.
Okay. And the staffing report that you had here on the presentation, does that include proximity and the entire district?
No, sir. So that's just on this presentation here.
It has elementary teachers 26.
So there are 26 EBR teachers there working. Those are
that's how many are working
That's how many
there.
working.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the staffing is the first part. The need is where we have the vacancies.
Okay, the need. Okay, I got it. Okay. So the point I wanted to make is, this is an issue I feel like I've been bringing up as a board member almost since the first day I became on the board. We talked earlier about suspensions. We talked earlier about student absences. Not having a teacher in the classroom is just as critical in those items. So teacher vacancies and teacher absenteeism are also things that take away. I've heard a lot of talk tonight about minutes of instruction and things like that. So from the numbers off of this report here and comparing it to what's on here in the current staffing needs, right now from this report, and tell me if I'm wrong, it shows 22 elementary school teachers, 21 middle school teachers, and 21 high school teachers on the list that you sent me. Is that correct numbers?
Okay, tell me which list we're talking about.
It's the
email
frontline
yes.
advertised vacancy report, October 1st.
Yes, so that's the same one from October 1, so that's not this week. So the new one will come, it's an automated thing, so
Right.
It actually resends out.
But when I read this says,
that's
as
where
of
we are at
October
the
1,
vacancies.
we had 64 teacher vacancies.
Yes, we're down vacancies, but still, those are I mean, it weighs on us. We don't sleep, I don't sleep at
Sure.
night
So
trying to.
I understand, and the point I'm trying to make is, this is the drum I feel like I've been beating for a long time. With the proximity and the virtual, it sort of has shined a spotlight on it because it's contained and measurable. But proximity is missing, what, 13 teachers now? We got 64.
Well, they're missing, so it's actually 13 sections, if that
13
makes sense. So they do it by section
Okay.
because it's by course.
But we have in our system 64 as of October 1. It may have changed a little bit. We have this number of vacancies in our system in our brick and mortar schools that are classes that don't have a teacher in front of them. And, you know, this is the thing I've been harping on from day one. We typically, and it's been every year, we come into a school system with 80, 90 vacancies and things like that. And no complaints about the job you're doing. This is not reflected on you. But, you know, we have 64 vacancies in our things right now. But we're not counting the minutes on those kids because they're in a school and they have a substitute teacher. They have another teacher holding their hand or doing something else. I just think we're being, in some ways, we need to look at ourselves and understand that we have a lot of kids in classrooms not getting minutes of qualified teaching today in our own system. And that goes back to the teacher shortage. That goes back to the serving the customers and all these things. So it's easy to look at proximity because the numbers are there and they're coagulated into a lump that everyone can look at. But they're not looking at the 6 vacancies at Arlington. They're not looking at the 4 vacancies at Broadmoor. So it's these vacancies spread out here and there that people aren't looking like because they're not aggregated. On aggregate, we got a lot more teachers, a lot more kids without a teacher in front of their classroom than proximity does. We have that in our own system. And I don't know if there's a way to count minutes about how many minutes these kids are missing because we haven't provided them a teacher. But this is an issue we need to really face. And I wish I was some kind of wizard or something to come up with an answer on that. I don't know what the answer is. I know we have to do things with salary schedules. We need to do things with making it a better work environment. Those are all things we know and we're trying to do. But I'm not trying to, in no way am I trying to talk down our system at all. I think, you know, if you look at what we're doing the best we can. But this is a bigger issue than just proximity is what I'm trying to point out to this. And yeah, we did come in with a base of saying we're going to have 300 high school students and now we got 700. You know, if Woodlawn High had 700 more students, we'd be in the same boat at Woodlawn High. So it's not, to me, this is not necessarily just a proximity issue. And I recognize that we needed flexibility in that schedule because we didn't know Wave 4 was coming. We didn't know it was going to go from 300 to 700. It could have been all things are off, and it could have gone from 300 to 10. And had we had to guarantee a number, I'm sure we'd have had to guarantee a payment. And so we've been faced with paying a guarantee to them, plus paying the teachers that are in our brick and mortar schools. So all of these things, there's no easy, clean answer to. And unfortunately, the kids who are hurt are the ones who are out there without a teacher. So, you know, I think the best thing we can do is make sure that we do everything we can to get a high-quality teacher in every classroom every day for every kid. And, you know, that's the point I keep trying to harp on. That's the kind now, I'd like to see us come in at the beginning of a school year with, you know, 50 extra teachers, knowing that vacancies are going to occur, people are going to leave. And I'm sure if you could find them, you would be happy to do that too. They don't exist. I got it. Yeah. But, you know, I just want everyone to recognize that this is a much bigger problem than just proximity. This is the problem we have within our own district. It's a problem we have with the kids in the brick and mortar schools. And, you know, like I said, I don't have an answer to it, but I think all of us, as we go through our strategic plans, as we go through all of the other things, we have to keep that in mind, that one of the things that we can do to improve academics is get quality teaching to kids who are in their seats. And quality teaching to kids who are in the seats mean that we have to have quality teachers there, and we have to have the kids there in their seats. And, you know, if there's anything short-term that we can do to improve our academic performance, I think those are the two big areas we can work on, and I think we are trying to work on them. I just felt I had to speak because every other board member had spoken on this subject, so I felt like I had to do it. But thank you very much for listening to my ramblings.
Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is a really good conversation, to be honest with you. And what I'll also say, I agree with a lot with what you just said, Board Member Gode. The only pushback I would say is this. We have our own in-house HR, so we can't sue them because we don't enter a contract with them. For us, with what the situation is now, there is a contract, so we have to evaluate the contract appropriately to ensure that all of the finite performances are taking place. That's all I was saying on that. But I do have a question, because he said we have 13 teachers that we still are without, or sections, I'm sorry. How many students does that account for?
It ranges based upon how many students are enrolled in each section. So we can give you that information. It can be pulled from the master schedule.
Okay,
to tell
please,
you how
can we
many
get that
students.
information in the morning also?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it could be 5 kids, right, in a section, just because there were only 5 students that were signed up to take that particular course.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Board President Tapman.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Ms. Donaldson, we were talking, somebody was mentioned 64 teacher vacancies. Is that the right number?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but if it's in the report, that's what it was for October 1.
Over how many schools?
I don't know it off the top of my head. That's in the report. So I apologize that I don't know the specific number of.
But it's spread out across. That's
They're
64
spread
is
off.
across
They
all
are.
of
They are.
our
Yeah.
schools,
So it's not
right?
in one school, but
Okay,
yeah,
'cause it appeared that it was made to seem like it was some astronomical number
Yeah,
compared to
it's-
proximity. But if you break it down,
it is. Yeah.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that, because I felt like it was being sold a different way. Look, I recognize the challenges. To me, this is not you, it's us as a board. We offered a virtual learning opportunity, and we're not delivering on it. I disagree with my colleague. Whether you're in a seat, whether you're in a virtual situation, whoever you are, if you choose our system, we should serve you. And that is where the bottom line is. And so this is an attack on proximity or the work you're doing. And obviously, I love the work you're doing. I think you're doing great work, Ms. Donaldson, so I appreciate you very much. Don't take it as that. It is our responsibility. We offered this virtual academy. We gave it to parents as a viable option. We're not delivering, and that's my issue. When I say we, I don't mean you. I mean me. It stops right here. But I do want to be careful about how we sit here and say there's 64 teacher vacancies. We got teacher vacancies. We can start getting into the substitute issue. How are we doing with substitutes? But the reality of it is when we look at those numbers, we promised the community something, and we're not delivering on it. And we're doing a lot better than we were last month, so thank you for the work that you have all done in that process, so I appreciate that very much. This is the most I've received calls maybe since I've ever been on the board in terms of concerns from parents at Virtual Academy. It's a big deal, and it's by the volume of it. And the other part of the big deal is it's not necessarily my constituents, it's from across the district. Some are constituents, but some are across the district, and they're reaching out to me. Maybe it's because I'm president, but I think from conversations I've had with other board members, they're getting that kind of feedback too. So I just wanted to make those points. So I appreciate what you're doing. I want to serve kids wherever they are, seats, virtually, wherever we serve them, I'm serving them. Doesn't matter. And I want to make sure we fulfill our promises to the parents and the families in the community. So thank you very much.
Help me understand, a vacancy is a vacancy, but help me understand the dynamics of the brick and mortar teacher vacancies. Are those vacancies, are those brick and mortar vacancies long-term subs, or are they just empty classrooms in terms of no teacher at all?
So some of them have actually identified long-term subs in them, but we still identify them as a vacancy because, we're still seeking a certified teacher.
Okay.
So some of our long-term subs, as we work with them and they become qualified to teach, then we take them from ESS and they're no longer in that pool.
Okay.
And they become a teacher of record for that school. So we're
Okay.
constantly seeking that out. And we also do work with our in-house paraprofessionals, bus operators. We stole an executive secretary from a school and she's became qualified, took her praxis, and we are excited that she's an elementary teacher now. So we're looking across the board at the talent that we have in-house to fill teacher vacancies.
Okay.
But then, of course, when we, take them and move them from there, that creates another vacancy somewhere else as well. So, but yes, ma'am, we generally try to have a long-term sub available for them. It's been a challenge this year due to COVID. We're still seeking, always looking for subs. We're always looking for great dynamic teachers, paraprofessionals, child nutrition workers, bus operators, people who have a heart for children that want to engage in this work.
Okay. And then my perspective is, my overall perspective is exactly what I said previously. So I asked this question not necessarily with an interest in poo-pooing on proximity, okay? But those vacancies that are in the virtual school, how many subs, do we have short or long-term subs with those?
So proximity can answer that. They generally have their own sub pool that they
Okay.
utilize. Mr. Robinson can answer that.
Some of them have had substitute teachers, some have not. Some we
Okay.
just left maybe a link to do some offline work.
Okay.
And unfortunately, some had nothing to do.
Okay, okay, and do y'all have any of them had long-term subs?
No, we do not deal with long-term subs, no.
Okay,
We
all
look
right.
to find a full-time teacher.
Because I respect the model, I'm just trying to get a feel of the dynamics. Thank you, and that is it. Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to circle back a little bit. Nothing that Board President Tapman said, I agree with everything he said. It is not acceptable not to have students with a teacher in the classroom. The only point I was trying to make is, yes, it's spread across a whole bunch of different schools, which makes it harder to see. But it doesn't matter if it's spread a whole bunch across schools if you're the kid in that classroom. And so if you're the kid in that classroom, you don't care if that's the only classroom that doesn't have a teacher in that school. Your classroom doesn't have a teacher. So yes, we failed. The buck stops with us. I've gotten emails and calls from people at McKinley High saying I don't have a math teacher and haven't had one. So it goes beyond just a brick and mortar. I agree. I think I agree with what Board Member Lana said. I think this is one of the healthiest discussions we've had in a long time because it is a serious issue that we're going to need to face and figure out how to deal with. Because again, having a qualified teacher in front of the classroom is one of the keys to academic performance. So I agree with everything you said, President Tapman. It is unacceptable for what's happening with proximity, but it's also unacceptable what's happening in every other, even if it's only one teacher in a school, it's still unacceptable that we have to do better. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood there's no real disagreement in what we're saying, but we all recognize the buck stops with us and we have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Dyson.
Yes, thank you. And I do appreciate the conversation that we're having. This is the business that we're here for, is educating our kids. And I do appreciate all efforts from all teams that are working on this. And I know we've been working on it because I've been very privy to a lot of vacancies that were occurring out in my area. And I know that they're across the district. So again, not just in our virtual academy. And one of the calls I got was from an ESS homebound parent of a student, and from what I'm understanding, they felt like that we were saying, oh, okay, now we've got you a teacher and you're going to get this many times per week, and you're supposed to do all these Google Classroom assignments. And they were trying to explain to me that that's lacking instruction prior to trying to complete the assignments, that they need to be taught the lessons and then they can complete the assignments. And apparently you've got, or I'm told that you've got situations where the teacher will say, well, okay, so you tell me any questions that you had with any of the Google Classroom assignments, instead of, so the student is having to identify their challenges. Maybe they don't even know they got it wrong, or I don't know how it all works because I'm not a student. But the parent feels, and the student is expressing to their parent, that they're very frustrated. How in the world, this particular student is homebound, but in our magnet program, and is feeling very, very behind and really stressed out about it, which isn't helping the condition that they have to be homebound for right now. And so, it's every situation is different, but I do know that there's a commonality that students need instruction, and that all students can't be self-led, and some need a lot more encouragement, and the teacher realizing that, let's review this, or let's go over this, or, let me make sure we get this right. It's like seeming like the onus is on the student instead of the teacher. And so I want to just make sure that all of those teachers know what I'm hearing from the virtual, and in a homebound particularly, is that, you can't just set them off free and then think that they're going to catch themselves back up, and then I'll meet with you a couple of times a week. The parent was very frustrated. So that's the kind of thing that I just want to make sure that we're really talking with, and that's where maybe some PD or some mentoring may be advised. And then as far as the, I've also heard, and in fact, someone just in conversation that I knew was a substitute last year for us called me about something else. And in conversation, this person told me that they're not bothering with it this year. And one of the things was, y'all privatized, and I wasn't going through all that. And, not only that, but substitutes have a hard time because when the student doesn't want to do the work in the class, how do you make them, and especially as a substitute? And so those are the kind of things that I'm hearing, and it made me think, I sure hope, and if we're not, let's seriously think about reaching out, looking at our substitute pool last year and the year before, and prior to COVID, and looking at that pool of substitutes and trying to compare it. Now, who's not signed up in the privatization model? And, how can we help assist them to do so and encourage them? We still need you. So if we could compare the lists, and not just during COVID lists, but also a year or two prior to that too. Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am. So we've reached out and we continue to reach out to those previous substitutes that are, because we still have their records and information. And we actually, well, not we, but Educational Solution Services actually holds face-to-face info sessions and meetings, and we have a computer lab here in this building that to help those substitutes make that transition, so that if they have difficulty using technology or, completing stuff, they sit with them, next to them, and help them fill out the information to move over.
I have not seen marketing on their end. I haven't seen social media posts from them or jointly that I can share so that we can try to get the marketing out there. Hey, we need you. You can do this even virtually. We need you in the classroom. You can decide how to do this.
Yes, ma'am. So we'll make sure and communicate with them to make sure that marketing piece gets broader. They do our weekly job fair that we host. They actually participate in that job fair. So that job fair is a joint effort. And so there's a room for, if you've ever done a virtual job fair, there's a room for EBR, and there's a room for Educational Staffing Solutions. So it's 2 rooms, and you can go and find out information about which either one. But we'll make sure that we put some more social media stuff out there. We work with the
'cause I'm trying
communications
to-
department for EBR as well as with them.
I'm trying to catch the eye of someone that, they may have more time right now than they typically do and has never thought about subbing before, but that might consider it.
Yes, ma'am. We will definitely do that. And we have materials that we send out. And if anyone, we'll make sure at the board meeting, we'll get you all a yard sign. Because we have those as well. All of our schools have the yard signs in front. And we'll make sure all of our schools have cards that they can give out for just parent-teacher night. Just so that parents can know that if they're interested in subbing, they can definitely sub, and they're paid weekly through that system, and their incentives, and their referral incentives as well. So if you refer someone and you're a sub, you get a $25 or $50 incentive and things like that. So there's some opportunities there.
So, maybe if we get some printed materials that we can share on social media, and that principals can all be given, that they can blast out to all their parents.
We'll make sure that goes out again.
And we can share with churches, and, we can help with this if we get the materials.
Yes, ma'am, we have it. We'll make sure that we'll give some of those cards to April.
Electronically.
Okay, we'll give the cards, and we'll make sure she has the, and we have the electronic marketing materials that we'll make sure we get out to you all. And if you can share it, it's a great stepping stone into the teaching profession,
Right.
because we've been able to recruit lots of subs that find that they, come into the school system as a sub, and the idea of teaching captures their heart.
And there's a lot of new graduates that have been unable to gain employment right now through this time. And, that might be just because they're not recent education graduates, but they're graduates of
Yes, ma'am.
college, and they're sitting there unemployed right now because they graduated in May, and this has all just come up again. And people in the industry have told me that they're just trying to get their own people back. That, they may get 100 resumes on this one position, and they've got 5 of their past employees who are applying. It's just hard right now. So if we can get this out there to the young people, come do this for a while in the
Yes, ma'am.
interim.
Yes,
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Board Member Ward Jackson.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm looking in my email, and I see one of my constituents sent me an email that had like a breakdown or basically the draft that came out in April that spoke about 200 students per grade level being able to serve, which does come up to about 1,400 kids. And there's also some questions here, one in particular around how do we look to, let me see, measure where our kids are. Let me find it. How are we looking to measure attendance in those classes where there was no teacher available? How do we figure out how does that affect kids' attendance rates in the classroom? Are they're absent? Are they marked absent if there's no teacher there, or how does that work out?
We have asynchronous learning opportunities for those students who don't have a live instructor. So they're not counted absent.
So what does that mean? They don't have an instructor, but what do they do? They work, they have something that's available for them to do so that they're not missing as much without the instructor?
Yes, that's primarily Edgenuity. So they're using an online asynchronous instruction, online instruction.
So if they log in and there's no instructor, then there's something available for them to do that would basically sort of make up for them not having an instructor, or that would count them present in the classroom for that day or for that time period?
There's something for them to do. It doesn't make up for not having a live instructor, however.
Mm-hmm. But at least they're not counted absent.
No.
Is the bottom line. Okay. Could you provide some of the information that was on the screen earlier about the different breakdowns of the types of classes in the EBR Virtual Academy that are still experiencing some teacher vacancies? We saw it earlier, but I think it would be good if there's some place, maybe online later, where parents can go and look at that. There seems to be an interest in, what those numbers are. And will they be able to have access to any of the information that was presented this evening?
I'll work with our superintendent to make sure that happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that might be helpful. And there are other questions here, but some of them I need to speak with the superintendent offline on. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And I had one more question. It's real. How many EBR teachers do we have in the elementary?
I think so, April.
I forgot. I'm sorry.
So it's there's 26. There's 26 core teachers, and then if you get to the total number, there's probably like 35 teachers when you get into other different subject areas and the breakdowns. And then you have the hybrid that, we count because they're EBR teachers. So I would say we're staffed about 35 to 40 at that level. Okay. And then you have some instructional specialists that are also working at the virtual school, librarians. So there's some other.
So maybe about 50 total EBR staff?
You're talking about at the elementary level or total?
Well, you know what, total.
Okay, so I can get the total number and we can email that to you because I don't want to tell you the incorrect number.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, no other board questions or requests to speak. We now move forward with the next agenda item. Thank you kindly. At this moment, for a brief moment of levity or what have you, I didn't take my moment of personal privilege about my monthly diversity reader, and so I'll do that before we get into the items for consideration, if you all will entertain me for a moment. This month's reading recommendations for the culture and diversity reader is around diverse perspectives on self-awareness and healing. And I just feel like even more now than ever, I need some self-care, woosah, self-healing. And so took a diverse approach with 4 recommendations. The book of Forgiving, The Fourfold Path for Healing Ourselves and Our World by Desmond Tutu and Info Tutu, his wife. That is a spiritual, non-religious South African heritage book. Dwellings, A Spiritual History of the Living World by Linda Hogan, and that is a spiritual, non-religious Native American heritage book. And then Healing for Damaged Emotions by David A. Siemens. My sister personally recommends it. It is religious and Christian. And then the last recommendation for this month is Peace in Every Step, The Path of Mindfulness in Everyday Life by Thich Nhat Hanh. It is spiritual and it is Buddhist. And so I wanted to mention that and also take a moment to thank the superintendent and staff and our school district affiliates for attending the Faith Partnership Breakfast, as well as Board President Tapman and Board Member Evelyn Ware Jackson. I know it was during the day. We have day jobs. We have bills to pay. And so I know others would have attended if they could. It was really awesome. Everyone really enjoyed themselves, and so I look forward to our continued work with the faith community. A lot of people were interested and visited and expressed their interest in working with the district as well as individual schools. So that is all for my moment of special privilege, and I shall move forward with item D1, professional services contract. Consideration of a request for the approval of the professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Experience Management Institute in the amount of $88,000 to provide for a compensation and classification study. Can I get a motion? Board Member Ballou and Board Member Howard. Seeing no request to speak. You have a presentation? Okay, no request to speak. Okay. Board Member Jill Dyson.
Yes, thank you. I wanted just to make sure that we are very sure to include comparisons with other large systems in Louisiana, and very specifically with surrounding school systems of Zachary, Ascension, Central, Livingston. We need to know where we stand in our region of Louisiana, because people can cross lines to teach wherever they choose pretty much right now. And so I would very much like to make sure we get that data included. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other requests to speak, public comment.
Good evening. My name is James Finney. I would suggest and request that at least one of you do a substitute motion so that this goes forward without recommendation, because I think this is a horrible use, at least at the moment, of $90,000 worth of COVID relief money. For one thing, doing a salary compensation schedule has nothing to do, that I can tell, with mitigating the effects of a pandemic. So there's probably a more appropriate funding source. Furthermore, until and unless you as a board are willing to impose any requirement that this administration be transparent, this would be a complete waste of money. The report would sit on a shelf and be totally ignored. For example, you probably are aware that you added to the salary schedule 9 chief positions that are set aside and designated after those people were hired without having been placed on the salary schedule originally. You may be less aware that there are 5 or 6 people off the salary schedule making flat salaries of $120,000. You're probably also not aware that there are 11 executive directors who are not on the salary schedule making flat salaries of $115,000. You probably aren't aware that there's a project manager not on the salary schedule making a salary of $87,000 a year, or that there are 2 adult education employees also not on the salary schedule. Furthermore, I believe there's an obligation on the part of the superintendent to provide you a detailed administrative organizational chart. That hasn't happened. There is an organizational chart. It is not detailed. It is not kept current. It's impossible to tell where your basic average employee falls in that chain of command. It gets worse. I mean, there are all sorts of gaps, inconsistencies. I mean, it may be perfectly reasonable finally at some point to spend $90,000 to have somebody do a salary schedule. I'm always bothered by non-competitive agreements to buy professional services from people we've never heard of. This group may be perfectly reasonable. There might be somebody down the street that could do the same work, but might have a better sense of what our market is here. So I would request that either this be sent forward without recommendation, or that somebody pulls it for more discussion in 2 weeks. And I would suggest you insist on some transparency and accountability from the administration that you have selected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Seeing no board members with questions or comments, Madam Secretary, will you please conduct the vote?
Please vote. I'm waiting on a few.
Okay. We'll do a roll call.
Mine came.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 9, President Tapman.
Yes. The item is approved. We move now to item D2, consideration of a request for the approval of the professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, the Arts Council of Greater Baton Rouge, Inc., in the amount of $89,500 for support in the fine arts, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source ESSER 3, and B, Kids Orchestra in the amount of $45,000 to provide after-school orchestral instruction programs, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source general fund. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Mr. Lannis. Any, Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Board Tapman. And to the previous commenter's discussion, I too do have a question of how are we classifying strategic alignment to ESSER 3 funding related to spending. I've asked several times for a guidance on this particular funding, so if someone could just tell me how do we justify strategic alignment being a part of ESSER funding, that would be helpful too.
I think that probably goes to you or one of your staff members, Dr. Narcisse.
Board Member Howard, I just want to make sure I understand your question. You wanted to understand the alignment of the spending as to our strategic plan. Is that what I hear you saying, and the ESSER funds?
Yes, so because I mean, you know that the federal government releases guidance. It's not free for all money, so like they release guidance on how we use it, and so These last two items have been ESSA 3 funding sources, and they've been for strategic alignment. So I just want to know the justification for spending ESSA 3 money for strategic alignment, and where is that? How do we justify it? And I've asked for a priority list and several things multiple times, and we've gotten things, but nothing to the effect of telling us what trajectory we're on. So if someone could just tell me how we classify strategic alignment to ESSA 3 funding, that would be helpful.
He's misreading.
Let me, I'm sorry? Oh. Let me allow Mr. Sean Jeffrey and Dr. Robinson to come on up. And just for clarity on your question, Board Member Howard, and I can speak with this at a very high level. In the ESSER 3 funding, as it pertains to each of these items, one item pertains to instructional development around specifically working with the council to work with students as we expand the arts. And under Kids Orchestra, that provides additional activities for children to be able to expand in the arts as well. And I could let Mr. Sean Jeffrey on speak more in detail to that.
Good evening, board members. These two contracts are yearly contracts that we have with the Arts Council as well as Kids Orchestra. The first contract this year is falling under ESSER from the Arts Council, which will focus on the same things they've been doing for the past 3 years, which will be arts integration in schools, actually giving arts programming to schools where it is minimal. And also this year, it's going to expand to cradle to careers to allow those students in our parish to have the opportunities to learn of employment in arts areas, as well as give us opportunities to perform in events that are featured through the Arts Council of Baton Rouge. Again, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Again, Kids Orchestra is also a contract where we have 5 schools who get after-school enrichment and tutoring in orchestra programs. That's around 200 students, and we have those at LaSalle, Audubon, Dufrock, Baton Rouge Flame, and WHAM will be starting in January. Since the contracts have happened since November, actually, Kids Orchestra has started in October, but one good thing about it is those kids who cannot come, they are getting virtual instruction. That is paid through our general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. And I think that, thank you. I appreciate what's happening. I appreciate what you're doing with the arts programming.
Right.
That's not my confusion. My confusion, though, is that, like, for something that we say we've been doing through general funding, it seems like this is like a commonality now. Things that we've been doing through general funding, now all of a sudden we're attaching it to ESSA 3 funding. And me, as a board member, I have not seen any justification. When I look at school districts across the nation, when you talk about ESSA funding, one of the main priorities that they're focused on is things like learning loss, things that were directly a part of the pandemic. But it seems, in my knowledge of looking at contracts for the last couple of months, everything is now considered an ESSA-related funding. And I don't see the justification. If you would say we were taking this out of the general fund, I would have no questions.
Right.
But when we're taking out ESSA 1, ESSA 2, ESSA 3, and the justification, the things that we continue to get is just spreadsheets of how we're spending money with no justification as to how it's addressing what the federal government has aligned ESSA funding to be, I have a problem with that. And so this is not even this is a system situation, a chief situation. Yeah. I just need to know the justification of why this is considered an ESSA 3 funding. It's a great programming, but it's not talking about learning loss. It's not talking about anything that was directly a part of the pandemic. So why are we using our ESSA money to do this? 5 years from now, we'll look down the line, we spent all this ESSA money to address all of these issues, and it's just general fund issues. So it seems like we've taken the ESSA allocation and ran with it with no true justification of what we're doing with this money. So I'm just going to say, I've asked for this for 100 times, that I'm just going to start voting no on everything that's ESSA related until I can get justification as to why we're spending ESSA money on these things. And that's just my spiel.
Board Member Howe, if I could just respond to your comment. So in the ESSER funding, there are multiple categories. One is not only for learning loss, but also acceleration, also for expansion, for opportunities for kids that don't have opportunities. This is where we see this falls into that category. Also, it includes expansion for tutoring. Many of the alignments around student achievement that we've discussed, even as we thought about our strategic plan, the government has left it open because to allow districts to not be limited to particular areas. When you look at the expansion of allowing children to get more arts, this falls under those type of activities. I think that what we can do to provide a much more helpful connection, because I do hear you about the priority listing, is within each of the categories to show you for each of the ESSERs what has been those program priorities as we've been trying to move each of these variations of categories for you.
And I think that that's my frustration, is that I've asked us for this from the beginning. Since day one, when we said we were getting ESSER funding, I've asked for a black and white document that states ESSER 1 money can be used for this. This is how we see this falls into this. ESSER 2 can be used for this. In every single meeting, we come back and it's, I can get you this. I can get you this next time. I can get you this next time. When the hell is next time? So I'm just going to vote no until we can have that document in black and white on every single item that's ESSER related that just seems to be out of the narrow. So it's just really frustrating because I've asked for this. Literally, you can go on record, I've asked for this 100 times. A simple priority document. What are we using ESSER money for? And every time it's, we can get you this. I'm tired of we can get you. I just want to see it. I'm not trying to fight against what we're using the money for, but as a board, we should be able to justify 10 years from now, this is what we did with our ESSER funding, and this is the priorities, and this is how we justify it. It's very simple to me.
Thank you, Board Member Howard. Board Member Goday.
Pass. Pass.
Okay. I just want to say I agree with my colleague's sentiments. Now, you all did, when I requested, when the overview of how you would do your ESSER, you know, what you wanted to spend the ESSER money on, because we had to say it so that we can let the federal government know, or whoever it was we needed to know, when we initially got the money. And some questions were answered, but as it comes for us to actually vote on what was initially thought about, I do have to agree with the sentiments of my colleague, and also reiterate a concern that I have mentioned time and time again, that, and my colleague mentioned as well, is we're using ESSER money for regular spending. We need to have a real conversation if there is not money in the general fund for things that we would normally use general fund money for. And so I'll let my, that's all I have to share on that. Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I think everyone has a general concern around what is the usage. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to read the usage and the time frame to give everybody just an idea. What's the time frame and usage of the school emergency relief funding? And this accounts for ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. The monies allocated via CARES Act, CRSSA, and ARP come from a plentiful strings attached to and including when must be spent for what capacity. ESSER 2, ESSER 3 monies may be used for pre-award costs dating back to May 13, 2020, when the national emergency was declared. Funding for ESSER is available to be distributed from May 11, 2020 to September 30th, 2021. The time frame for ESSER 2 is March 15, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. For ESSER 3, the period is May 24th, 2021 through September 30th, 2023. The bill clearly stipulates how school emergency funds are to be spent. The CARES Act notes that allowable uses are preventing, preparing for, and responding to COVID-19. The government goes into greater detail. ESSER funds allow with ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, uses include hiring new staff and avoiding layoffs and developing strategies and implementing public safety protocols, including, to the greatest extent practicable, policies in line with CDC guidance for the reopening and operation of school facilities, effectively maintaining the health and safety of students, educators, and other staff. When CRSSA became law, more guidance was offered on how ESSER 2 was to be spent. These uses include addressing learning loss, preparing for schools for reopening, and testing and repairing and upgrading projects to improve air quality in school buildings. Thank you.
Board Member Goday.
Yes, thank you. At the workshop that we had just a few weeks ago, there was a detailed presentation given around all of the areas that the ESSER funds were being used. And if you want to look back into your board docs, it is listed there, which goes through every individual segment of the ESSER fundings 1, 2, and 3, and how they're used. And one of the big things that my colleague, Mr. Lannis, said was around restoring lost learning opportunities and enhancing the opportunities. We have a lot of things that we need to do to enhance that and to get that. And I think if you go through and look at that presentation, you will see a lot of detail. And if you go through in the back in the appendix, it lists every program and every contract and everything that was done. So all of the information of how we're doing ESSER, what it's being spent on, is there. Now, I recognize that might not 100% answer my colleagues' questions, but also in there, it has one that shows about the personnel expenses and how much of the personnel expenses, which is one of the concerns going forward. So I think all of the information has been there. I don't remember a lot of questions being asked at the workshop around the issue, but I think many or most of just about all of these questions either have been answered or could easily be answered as we go forward if you go back and look at that presentation. Now, Mr. Howard does have a point of wanting to know the exact segments of what the funding and the thing says, and I think that should be provided. If it hasn't been provided, then it needs to get to him pretty soon. But there is a tremendous amount of information about what we're spending the ESSA money on, how it is sustainable, what are the areas that are in. You know, we spent a lot of money on Chromebooks. We spent a lot of money on a lot of other things. And yes, that is relieving the general fund of some of the issues. We've been running deficits and things in our general fund, and this will allow us not to do that and to do some of the changes that we need to do, to buy the new computer programs to do this. So I'm just a little concerned about throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because a lot of the information is there, and if you go back and look at that presentation from the workshop, you will see just about every question that's been answered in that. So again, I just worry about throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Thank you.
All right. I just want to reiterate, and Board Member Howard, I'm sure is in line to speak for himself, but I had gotten a sentiment from what he was saying that lots of districts are using these dollars to address learning time loss with evidence-based, yada, yada, yada. And yes, maybe they might be shifting around general fund expenses or what have you. But the intent when the money came down was not to say, oh, y'all in debt. let's just give y'all money to relieve already existing debt. It was to address COVID-related learning loss. And we would like to see more around COVID-related, evidence-based, with a plan, learning loss remediation, as well as, hey, what else besides the HVAC need to get done? Because there's money for that. Let's go ahead on and get that on the agenda and spend that money for making sure the classrooms are safe. And that's all I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna let, you have the floor, Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Board Member Collins, and thank you, Mr. Gode. I was at the workshop, and I'm very aware of what was presented at the workshop. I have asked over and over again for a simple black and white document, not just for Board Member Howard. I work on ESSA funding every day as part of my real job, so I understand what it's needed, what people do with it. I have asked for a simple black and white document that justifies us spending whatever ESSA money on whatever project. For example, when I asked the question 2 minutes ago about how can we justify this to be ESSA money for this particular project, there were crickets in the room. If it's so black and white, that should be, this is how it's ESSA 2 funding, this is how we justified it. That's not to Mr. Joffrion, but we've seen this time and time again with contracts in ESSA. Yes, there is a very beautiful document that was presented to us at the board retreat. But what does it do for justifying how we're spending the money to say that this is ESSA-related spending? We can say, oh, yes, I'm going to take this out of my savings. Well, why don't you just use it out of your general checking account? Like, it shouldn't be this hard to divil and dive and justify how we're spending this money. I can look at the Ellicott document. I can look through, oh, we spent $1 million in ESSA 1 and ESSA 2, and these are the projects. But there's still not justification saying, this is how it's addressing learning loss, this is the outcome. This is how it's expanding program, and this is the outcome. That's the simple document that I've asked for, and that does not exist. I read very well. And that's not in existence. So all I'm asking is that we get a simple black and white document that justifies to not only me, but to the general public of what we're doing with this ESSA money and the long-term planning for the outcomes and impact it will have for our district. Simple.
Board Member Lannis.
Thank you again, Madam Vice President. How you doing, Mr. Jaffian? Thank you. This is what I'll say. Even upon reading what these funds can be used for, the first thing that stood out to me was hiring new staff. So we just got up in here, we talked about proximity learning, talked about all 64 teachers we don't have inside of schools and classrooms. Now, one time have we brought up the conversation of, how about we start using some ESSA dollars for that? That right size is a huge problem that we've been having. That fixes the sub problem, that fixes our teaching problem, and the biggest thing we're talking about is learning loss. That's what we need to be talking about, is how can we align these dollars to put more money back inside of the classroom, give the money to the teachers, and ensure that we are putting our best foot forward to provide for our students. Because clearly we can use it for that, but that hasn't been the conversation. And I would love to see us pivot that conversation towards how do we pay our teachers more money? COVID has been devastating, not just for teachers, but for students and parents too. Let's talk about more after-school programs that align with what we already have. And if we need to bring in more, we can evaluate that and we can change it at the appropriate time. But I would love to see us start talking more about how do we align ESSA dollars around hiring more teachers, one, but also paying the teachers that we already have more money. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further Board Member Gode.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. A couple of things wanted to just clarify, because people are looking at what are things ESSA funds can be used for. And this is one, can ESSA funds be used to pay for services and materials that are usually paid from the state and local budgets? Yes. The fund is not limited by supplement, not supplant requirements. Expenses must be used, however, to prevent, prepare, and respond to the impacts of COVID to be spent in a reliable way. So yes, you can use it to spend that. Secondly, can ESSA funds be used to hire remote learning teachers and or build substitutes to help with losses? Yes, ESSA funds can be used to support teaching and learning in response to the impact of COVID-19. This would include paying for teachers to engage in remote instruction. So there are a lot of things in here. It's not, ESSA funds can be used to maintain staffing levels, as long as the funds for those salaries fall under broad categories of allowable expense. So I guess the thing I'm trying to say is this is not a simple subject. It's very broad in lots of different things. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we understood that it is not cut and dried. I read an article yesterday, I can't remember if it was in the Wall Street Journal or the Baton Rouge newspaper, about school systems spending tons and tons and tons of money on stadiums and football fields. We're not doing that. And that doesn't mean that we're good because we're better than the worst. I'm not trying to say that, but there's a lot of stuff out there that is not black and white. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad we're not gonna have to deal with the federal government clawing back any monies because we spent them on athletics instead of on academics, because we should not have that problem. Any public comment?
First, to Mr. Goday's points, just because you can legally not be in severe trouble doing something does not mean it's necessarily fiscally prudent. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Howard and Mr. Lannis for giving us that general breakdown from whatever your source was of how this money was intended to be spent, because this doesn't seem to fit. Mr. Goday, I was also at that workshop, saw the presentation. I saw no detail. Maybe you saw a different presentation than Mr. Howard and I did, but there are lots of pretty graphs and no details. So I appreciate Mr. Howard's comments. I look forward to those no votes. When you approved, without much discussion at all, the ESSER budgets, I don't remember that there was much detail. I would guess that if we looked at those budgets, we would not find a line item that matches up with this expenditure. That would suggest that you should probably expect the background on any item to spend money, that it say what line item, what category. Even the general fund money, is this coming out of general education from some schools' allotments? Is it coming out of the superintendent's, which category? I mean, the budget is incredibly specific, but also incredibly irrelevant if you don't use it for any guidance. And there was another presentation at that workshop that I found incredibly enlightening, where the outside counsel was very clear to suggest there were limits to the superintendent's authority to take a budget you approve and then go on and spend it however he chooses. So I would appreciate whatever specific exercise you can impose on this process at every possible step. Most of you are on the board, have full-time occupations beyond what you do as your service on the board. There are lots of people, one in front of me and several behind me, whose full-time occupation is working for the public. And I would hope that at some point, some one topic could be brought to the board with complete, thorough, excruciatingly, overwhelmingly thorough background as to what was going to be spent, how, why, how that affects other things. It would be refreshing. Thank you.
Good evening. I wasn't going to speak, but y'all pulled it out of me tonight. So, Louisiana submitted a plan to the United States Department of Education on how they were going to spend the $870 million in ESSER funding. I'm reading this directly from the United States Education.government website. And it says that the ESSER funding is going to be used for supporting students most impacted by the pandemic, including students living in deep poverty, students with disabilities, English learners, migrant students, students experiencing homelessness, and children in foster care. It also says they're going to address the academic impact of lost instructional time, which connects unfinished instruction to new learning rather than remediation, including tutoring in reading and math. To what Mr. Howard was saying, expanding the summer learning and enrichment opportunities, after-school programs to help with transitioning back to in-person learning, addressing the gaps in learning through one-to-one or small groups focused instruction, focusing on early literacy, which we have not done as a school system, strengthening the educator pipeline, where it talks about expanding the pre-educator pathways to build a cadre of aspiring teachers and increasing the number of content leaders. And last but definitely not least, emphasizing student engagements, where it speaks about how we're gonna have the authority on child welfare and attendance programs, develop and manage cross-agency initiatives, and that we were gonna actually build family engagement with the school system. None of that has taken place, not one. In fact, we have blown all of our ESSA money on countless professional developments, which did not happen. Professional development for last month did not happen. When will it happen? Last I recall, next month. Progress Elementary, they was told they will have to be without air conditioning for 6 to 8 weeks. We blowing money. We're blowing money. And who's suffering? The children. The children. I agree with Mr. Godet that the environment plays a part, but also unhappy staff. We losing our staff to Livingston, Ascension, Zachary, Central, and West Feliciana. And it's because they paying them. They're paying them. Let's pay our staff what they're worth. Because when we have happy staff, we can get some real educated children. I want my child to be educated, and I want us to abide by the law. And we have to follow
Thank you,
that
Ms.
plan. I had
Corley.
like 3 more seconds.
Ms. Corley, thank you, ma'am. You didn't use them just now. Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other public comment? Okay, back to the board member Godet. Board member Godet.
No, I'm sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, all right, board member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, these are some really difficult times, and our kids are lacking in a lot of ways. And as far as I can see and what I've heard in the discussion, this area is covered under ESSER. And knowing the power of the arts and what it does to impact other areas of learning, I can't help but approve this. It's in a way that we can get arts into schools, into the lives of kids that have not been exposed to it. We don't have arts all over the district, and any chance that we get to be able to enhance kids' lives through the power of the arts, I think we should take advantage of it. And this is an area where we really need lots of support in the classroom. The arts enhances all of the core subjects. We know that. We know that research tells us that. And so I believe that this is very important for us and very important for our kids across the district. So therefore, I am going to support it, and I encourage other board members to do as well. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, may I say also with this grant, with this contract with the Arts Council of Baton Rouge, it goes back to enriching the academic core through arts integration, because now we have schools that will look at art, bringing it into math, science, social studies, and ELA to actually help enrich as well as allow kids to master skills that have been lacking for the past couple of years during COVID.
Yeah, arts integration is just so very important.
It is, very much so.
Okay, so I totally agree with arts integration and the power of the arts. I was blessed to play violin from 4th to 8th grade through East Baton Rouge Public School System and my learning. The issue, and you know, I personally love Mr. Joffrey on to death. And I love the actual item. My issue and concern is the funding source. Can we, I mean, is there any appetite to do a friendly amendment that this less than $150,000, instead of coming from the ESSA funds, which come from the general fund, which would resolve the concern that my colleague and myself have stated about getting some documentation saying, hey, this is how it relates to the ESSER funding pot based on XYZ data. Is there any appetite from my colleagues on the board to do a friendly amendment so that the funding source, and this is not $2-3 million, this is, so in terms of it hurting the general fund, it would not hurt the general fund to simply put something that we like kids orchestra is usually always the general fund.
So item A, part A of the item is the ESSER funding. The second one is from general fund. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you for that
before
clarity.
you make a substitute
So
motion.
then, is there any appetite then for less than 100,000 to be instead from the general fund instead of the ESSER fund to alleviate the concerns that my colleague mentioned? Okay, well, people not interested in really voting against Mr. Joffrion or what he's offering, but people tired of asking questions about the money we getting. Thank you. Madam Secretary, call the vote.
Please vote.
Sorry. Airball. No, okay. Sleep.
Mr. Lyons, are you in? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item D3, Risk Management Third-Party Claims Administrator. Consideration of a request for the approval of Sedgwick Claims Management Services as the third-party claims administrator for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and to authorize the General Counsel and the Superintendent to negotiate and execute a contract. Can I get a motion? Board Member Lannis and Board Member Ballou. Board President Tapman.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have a question. Can you answer it for me? So 2 questions, quick. Were there only 2 proposers, 2 proposals that were offered?
Yes, sir, I believe so. This was
Okay.
handled by Risk Management, Andrew Davis's office. They handle all things risk management, and this company has worked with us before.
Yeah.
So they were one of the 2.
So that leads to my next question. So Sedgwick is the current provider?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And their contract is ending. They've given us actually a 30-day extension into this month. I negotiated that to give us time to actually complete this process. And so this request is actually authorizing myself and the superintendent to negotiate a contract with them and get it in place by the 1st of November.
Is the contract, so you don't really, so we would just be authorizing you to?
Yes, sir.
Basically do a renewal contract?
Well, we would negotiate some of the terms. I have some time to do that, but we would like to go ahead and get it in place by the 1st of
Thank you.
November.
All right, and seeing no other requests to speak from the board, any public comment? Seeing none, back to the board. Seeing no requests to speak from the board, Madam Secretary, call the vote.
Please vote.
The motion carries.
Moving forward with item D4, policy and policy revisions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following school board policies and policy revisions and related matters. BE, school board ethics. ID, curriculum. IDCC, kindergarten. IDDF, education of students with exceptionalities. JBA, compulsory school attendance ages. JBC, school admissions. JBCE, public school choice. JR, student privacy and education records. GBCA, protection of criminal background check information. GBC, recruitment. And JG, student welfare. Okay, moved by Board President Tadman. Can I get a second? Board Member Ware Jackson. Seeing no request to speak, any public comment?
Thank you. A few of these are anything but routine, and I think it would be appropriate, even though my saying this is futile, I think it would be appropriate for you to consider each of these separately. I'm particularly concerned about the message that the one about background checks sends. I'm not sure that it's necessary to make a point of saying how much we're going to hide, because I can already anticipate the response when I ask for confirmation that certain new employees have had background checks and that they have come back, which I expect will still fall within public records law as long as they're heavily redacted. So I am concerned about that policy in particular, and I think this is too much for you to consider with one unanimous vote, but you're going to do it anyway, so I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We have another public comment.
I would love if I can have the remaining of Dr. Finney's time. I second that we should actually have them all broken up, because the one dealing with seclusion and restraint for children with disabilities is actually not in line with what Individuals with Disabilities Education Act says. In fact, what our new policy says is that we're going to wait on a child to have a behavior disturbance or problem, such as what my child is having right now, 5 different disciplinary times before we actually go back and revise that functional behavior, that behavior intervention plan. That's not what IDEA says. IDEA says 3 times, not 5. So you would definitely get sued if it happened to mine. Number 2, when I go back and I look at that, I also look at that it says that we're going to look at what an imminent danger. We need to define what that imminent danger or risk is going to be. An imminent danger to me could be, since my child is allergic to milk and soy, another child throwing milk and soy on him, causing him to have an allergic reaction. That could be perceived by me as an imminent danger, but not by someone else. Him hitting someone in the face could be perceived as an imminent danger to somebody else, but not necessarily another individual if they were just horse playing. So imminent danger needs to be defined, and it needs to be defined thoroughly. Last but definitely not least, we need to make sure that we talk about the training. I know that those in the medical profession, such as behavior techs, they actually have to be trained, and they actually have to document that training with the state for all mental health and behavior techs, nurses, doctors, whenever it comes to learning how to properly physically restrain a person. That we definitely need to make sure that we have, because it's not stated in our seclusion and restraint policy. So if we're going to have a policy talking about people who are going to be restraining individuals, we need to document what training, how many times they will be trained, and where that training will be held, and what certification they will have afterwards. Thank you so much, because I know that y'all not gonna give me Dr. Finney's time, but I could go on and on about that, especially about the seclusion rooms that we should not have. If we're gonna do that, then I'm formally announcing right now, again, that I would like a camera in the classroom in all rooms that my child could possibly end up in. Thank you.
I'll be quick. Charles Seuss here with The Advocate. Just a request, the particular policy that Dr. Finney was talking about, it's a very involved policy, and I too kind of wonder about how it's going to be used, but it seems like it came from somewhere else, and I'd like to know more about the provenance of it, what prompted this. I don't know if there's a presentation, but some greater explanation about whether this is part of some larger effort to have districts adopt these policies. You know, it seemed to come out of nowhere, so thanks.
Seeing no other public comment, Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. Oh, Madam President. Got a promotion, don't?
Hey.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. Shamlin, would you mind briefly reviewing these policies, please? And if you could especially speak to some of the concerns of some of the people that we've heard from this evening.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if I can be brief with the number we have, but I'll try.
Yeah, I understand.
I'll start with, I'll go through each policy and just give a really brief one, and then I'll focus a little bit on the one that Mr. Lucy addressed and some other people. In fact, that policy was proposed by HR, Ms. Downson's department, so I'll let her come up and speak in a little more detail about the reason we're proposing that policy as well when we get to it. So I'll start with policy BE, school board ethics. This is a revision. All of these are legislative revisions with the exception of the policy proposed by HR. And so I'll start with that. This is a revision allowing us to now hire certified school bus operators who are related to the superintendent and the board members. Legislative change out of the session this year, very basic and easy to sort of get to and understand. Policy ID curriculum involves developing and reviewing a student's individual graduation plan, now requires specific authority for parents, especially signature of the parent and approval of the parent before putting that plan into action. And there's other specifics around it, but it deals with the individual graduation plans we developed for students in 8th grade, I believe, going into high school. Requires specific parent approval. Policy IDCC kindergarten, this is the mandatory. In fact, I'll combine the next two policies, IDCC and JBA, compulsory kindergarten attendance. These both deal with age 5 becoming a mandatory attendance age for kindergarten starting in the 2022-2023 school year. Again, comes straight out of legislative changes from the session. The revisions to IDDF are simply the heading revisions to reflect a new subcategory under the education of students with exceptionalities. Policy JBC deals with school admissions, specifically the admission of children of military personnel. Allows us to do some advanced admission in advance of military personnel being placed at a base or a location in our state. So it allows us to work a little bit more with those families to expedite admissions and do some extra things and be more flexible with how we allow them to work remotely in terms of enrolling in the district. Policy JBCE is an update of our public school choice policy. The big change here, not the big change, but the big piece here is basically specifying what capacity is in the school. As you know, students can move from school to school based on the grade of the school performance score. And so now the district has had to define what capacity is in a school, right? And so it's based on the guidelines that are in BESI's, the capacity numbers are based on the guidelines in BESI's bulletins about maximum classroom size, et cetera. It is straight out of the law, no surprises. I know some of you may have some questions about that. I can get that information to you, but it's pretty basic and to the point. Policy JR deals with student records, made some changes to the to the PII law. policy GBCA, protection of criminal background information. I will speak to this. We actually work with the state police in performing background checks. I believe that they now have a requirement, I believe it might be a legislative requirement, that we put in place a policy indicating how we will protect the information we collect with background checks. And so we have to do this to continue to work with state police. So I'll let Ms. Donaldson come up and share a little bit more information on that.
Good evening again, board members. And so just like Mr. Shamlin just indicated, this is an actual policy that is based in state law. School districts around the state have had to adopt this policy. So this is not something just EBR has adopted. It's about when the background check comes back to protect the information, because we have to keep it on file. So it requires us to have a designated location where this information is held in the building, and it also requires training. So certain people have to be trained to know what information can and cannot be released, what information, it can't be laying around all over the place and things like that. And so it really does speak to how we maintain and manage the information that's received. They generally send the initial response to us via email, so it tells us how we have to maintain that and that type of information. But it's a state mandate, so it is not something that we arbitrarily put together and put up before the board. It's something that we have to be in compliance with, and that the district is liable for audit related to.
Thank you, Ms. Donaldson. I'll tackle the last two. They were added a little late because there was we had some needs that district needs that need to be met. These are revisions to policies JBC, recruitment, and policy JG, student welfare. This is a revision of current policy, eliminating the policy allowing conditional employment while awaiting a background check return. So now the new policy eliminates that option for the staff, and so now any individuals hired will have to be held and not allowed to work until background checks are fully returned and cleared. And so those two changes are to eliminate that option as requested by board members. So I'll take any questions. I will say this also. I think some of the concerns, before I close out, sorry, Ms. Dyson, before I close out, some of the concerns from a few of the audience members, I know we don't normally address audience members, but I do want to say this, come around background check information and what is allowable in a public records request. I actually secured an opinion on what we can and cannot allow. We have several requests pending. I didn't want to release anything until I knew for sure we were safe releasing it. And so we have some guidelines we'll publish as to what we can release with regard to personnel information, background checks, et cetera. We can release some information, but it has to be heavily redacted. And I'll share that with the board if you need it. I just want to make sure if there are any concerns, we could address those if needed after the meeting. And I'll take any questions.
Board Member Dyson?
First of all, thank you so much for your prompt response and getting this pushed through so quickly. I really appreciate it. I was able to, call you and got immediate action to get our policy reviewed, and I really appreciate it. And I think these changes are very warranted and very acceptable, and I appreciate that. The other thing is that on the item concerning school choice, I would feel much better about this if, when we talk about numbers and how we talk about capacity, that I feel we must talk about functional capacity, because in certain classrooms and certain type instruction, the capacities are different than in just the regular traditional state-allowed capacities. And this doesn't address our actual capacity based on functional capacity at each school site, and they're all different. So how can we add some language in here that would allow for functional capacity?
I'll make a suggestion. I think because the school choice policy can have an impact on how staff puts into place and deals with assignment of students, we have 2 weeks between now and the next meeting. I can certainly explore amending this to include a definition or include functional capacity in that definition, but I'd like to be able to do a little bit of research on that. I wouldn't want to try to put in some language tonight that we might not have a clear understanding as what the impact might be. And so I would just ask that you trust me to maybe look at and maybe I can work with you over the next 2 weeks. We can talk about your views on that, maybe talk to some other board members as well. And I can propose an amendment to whatever you approve tonight going into the regular meeting, if you're comfortable with that.
So we could pull this one out and just have it as a standalone item for next time.
You would need
so
to,
that would allow you the 2 weeks.
we would need a substitute motion, I believe, to approve the item with the exception of
Yeah.
Policy JBCE.
Well, I can make that substitute motion so that you can have the 2 weeks to delve into it further and make sure, because every school across our district has different functional capacities than they have actual.
No. Yeah. So you're making a substitute motion to approve all policies with the exception of policy JBCE, pulling it for further amendment and resubmission at the next meeting.
Yes,
So we need a
please.
second for that motion.
And for my notes, I'm tired and I'm a little ADD in the moment. So
That's okay.
then we pulling aside, which ones?
So the substitute motion is to approve all policies with the exception of policy JBCE.
Okay.
And we need to take board comment first to the public.
You also included to be resubmitted at the next board meeting.
To be resubmitted with amendments at the next board meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Baloo.
And so then, seeing no board request to speak on the substitute, any public comment on the substitute? Seeing no public comment on the substitute, back to the board, okay, Board Member Dyson.
I just wanted to make sure my colleagues understand that. So if there is a program at a school, some type of a magnet program at a school that we keep our pupil-teacher ratios different in those classrooms. Some of the gifted, and that affects the overall capacity of a school. So I just think it should be determined school by school what the actual needs are.
Yes, ma'am.
And
I'll
availability is in seats.
I'll wordsmith some proposed
Okay.
language.
Thank you so much.
Okay, seeing no other board requests to speak, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
excuse us, guys, we're having to do some extensive change to the motion. We're ready.
Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item D5, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the matter of DeAubrey Young versus Ruth Banks, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, and Hartford Accident Indemnity Company in the 19th JDC Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, and to provide for related matters. Can I get a motion? Okay, Board Member Gode, and seconded by Board Member Lannis. Seeing no request to speak from the board, any public comment?
Thank you, Board. I really and truly hope that we go ahead and settle this matter and pay the individuals. In fact, I think that we need to settle all of our lawsuits that we have, including the 3 dealing with the bullying, as well as pay the families that are owed money, such as myself, for transportation and food for having a child with a disability that I'm owed by federal law. I think that it's important that we take care of our matters so that they don't end up going to litigation. Because when we end up going to litigation, it costs us an extra cost, and it does not look good to anybody in our city, state, or across this nation. In a way to make our school system look better and make us have exemplary customer service, which is one of the 4 cornerstones of our strategic plan, we need to do better. And the way we do better is, 1, by answering the telephone and returning those calls in 24 hours. But also, 2, making sure that we have things in place for everyone to be able to see beforehand. We should not have to create policies after a situation goes to court. We should have those already in place. And we should not have to drag families around for months and months at a time, playing games with them behind simple things that could have been resolved by just simply coming to a head and meeting with them and listening to their concerns. I listen to all these families' concerns, as well as I have my own with my own child, and we get nothing. And we always have to pursue litigation. And I'm sick and tired of our school system spending money when it don't have to be extra money. Because in the end, you end up paying our legal expenses too. And some of us are gonna start seeking for mental anguish because we are mentally tired behind it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
All right, to the end of the, hallelujah, item E. Next meeting dates and announcements. We had a good meeting today. So we have a series of facility plan, community meetings to be held across the district. The first one will be October 13th at Liberty High School at 6 o'clock p.m. And at these facility plan community meetings, some or all board members may be present, okay? So again, the next 3 meetings for facility plan community meetings will be held October 13th, 6 p.m., Liberty High, October 19th, 6 p.m., Northeast High, and October 27th, 6 p.m., Bel Air High. And our regular board meeting will be held on October 21st at 5 p.m. here at the Professional Development Center. And can I get all right, Evelyn Webb Jackson jumped on it before you did, Board Member Goday. The meeting is adjourned.